So if you guys use too loud, I have this thing flossing in my ear, so I couldn't like hear it. Like I couldn't like really like hear it like well enough. I don't know why, but like the mic volume's like weirdly low today. I'm gonna try to fix it. What the heck? What is going on? Speakers input. Oh, hold on. Hi, can you guys hear me better? Can you guys hear me better? No? Okay. For some really odd reason. Hold up. Hi. Can you guys hear me? Quiet still? Oh dear. Okay, hold up. Can you hear me? Oh. That was too loud. That was too loud. How about this? Can you hear me better now? Speak up, youngster. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Okay, for some reason, the system had the settings at 8%. 8% volume. What the fuck? Who does that? Excuse me, PC? Are you okay? Are you good, sir? I didn't realize this was an issue. I just fixed it. Oops. But anyways, good morning, guys. Good morning. How's my favorite by default corporate VTuber? I think chill getting paychecks on time. I haven't got my paycheck for this like month yet. Are you back in Singapore? No, I'm still gonna be here till like September. PC Kun is not okay. I'm sorry I gave you guys tinnitus. I'm sorry. Turns out bumping it up to 100 when it's at 8% isn't a good idea. Warhammer Wednesday, my favorite day of the week. Let's go. No. I don't think I get my pay until like the start of the month, like the butt end or like the start of the month. Yeah, but don't worry, guys. I do get paid. This is not a name other company situation. I do get my pay. Morning, guys. Good morning. The whole situation, by the way, is crazy. I can't comment on it. Like, as a person in a corpo, I can say it is very bad, but also I shouldn't comment on it. You know, I shouldn't. So that's all I can say. Love your Chef Farfa appearance. Thank you. I woke up for that. I already chucked the can of Monster just to get ready for the Farfa crash out. Mac, thank you for the membership. Thank you for the super chats, and thank you for the memberships, bestie. Thank you, Django. Thank you, Mac. Absolutely insane situation. It is crazy. If you guys don't know, one of the biggest I think it is like the biggest like Western VTuber. Oh, hi baby. Zoe, you've come to hang out with me. So the biggest Western VTuber company imploded like 2 nights ago because they weren't paying the talents, and to make it even worse, they were supposed to be paying out some of the money to I think it's the Immunodeficiency Foundation or something like that, and they basically owe the charity like $500,000. Like, they are deep in debt. All of their talents have publicly quit. Yeah, also I want you guys to know, this is a 3-hour, 9-minute video. How long do you think we will yap? This is we're watching a video about the most significant but obscure Space Marines chapters in 40k. Now, obscure Space Marines chapters? I wonder who that is. Gonna show your content from Outcast, very entertaining. Finally, you catch your library travels and go. How he's gone? Thank you. I'm glad you liked it meeting me at Offkai. I'm happy. 12-hour stream, baby. I have no idea if it will be this long. Me neither. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. Zoe is on my lap, so I have the cat power up right now. I have the cat power up. So are we ready? Are we ready, gamers? 3, 2, 1. Good morning, besties. Good morning, good morning. And almost right away, you guys see a very, you know, I can't quite say handsome, but you guys see a face staring at you. It's not me, but it's Peter Turbo. Did you guys want to see Peter Turbo this early in the morning? I don't know. Peter Turbo jump scare. Should we have a Peter Turbo jump scare counter? Okay, hold up. I'll do like a Peter Turbo jump scare counter. Let's see. Let's do a text real quick. Okay, Peter. I can't spell. Peter Turbo jump scare. We're at 1. You gotta make this shit really small though. How many times do you think we'll get jump scared by Peter Turbo today? Thoughts and prayers. Oh, you guys can't see it. Okay, hold up. How about this? We'll make it like really small. 4? You think we're gonna get jump scared by Peter Turbo a bunch of times? Okay. I believe. If you are an Iron Warriors fan, is it Iron Warriors? Bro, did I already forget stuff? No, this is so bad. Pretty getting ready to tell me he went X3. Oh my god. Oh. Should we tell YouTube chat the X3 meme? YouTube chat. We have... Boo, we hate the Iron Warriors, do we? I mean, we kind of do because I'm an Imperial Fizz girl. Okay, guys. Yeah, do it, lady. What the heck? Cracktopus. Okay, we'll put some BGM in the back then. While I tell you guys the story. Okay? I don't even know X3 meme. Okay. Now, you guys know I went to Yu-Gi-Oh! Nats. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals. I went to Indianapolis. Okay? And I got hit on. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with, like, you know, a man trying to shoot a shot, right? So... I'm sitting at a table. It's a round table with 4 other friends. 4 of which are they're all content creators, by the way. All of them are content creators. One of them being like, you know, a very... Oh, hold up. I have to kick Zoe out. Zoe, I'm sorry. Guys, I'm sorry. I have to kick her out real quick. Zoe, you can't be biting cables. You know that. I know that. Come on, girl. No. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. So, 4 of which my friends are content creators. One of them, Luke Von Karma, prominent Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creator. So, whenever people approach us in a group, right, we always assume they're going to, they're trying to get like a picture with him, like a signature with him, whatever, right? But no, so we're sitting there, and the guy comes up to me, and he's like, "Hey, did I see you at like the Pittsburgh regionals?" And I'm like, "What's Pittsburgh?" Because it's awkward, right? Like, I'm with my friends. You're hitting on me in plain view of my friends. So, he goes, "Oh, well, you know, I think you look really nice. Could I get your number?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I like women." So it's like, we're cutting off this man's, like, every possible line that this man can think of. We're cutting that shit off, right? So bro goes, "Oh, well, I'm X3 if you want to hang out." Now, the problem with him being I'm X3 is it's 2 p.m. in the afternoon. They've only played like 3 or 4 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! So bro's basically told me that he's lost all of his matches. Do you wanna fuck? Like, hey, I scrubbed out of the tournament You wanna bang? Like, as if I'm gonna like, and the awkward thing is that you're doing this in front of my friends, right? Like, you're doing this in front of my friends. In what universe, like, am I gonna be like, yeah, I'm sorry, girls. This guy who scrubbed out at a tournament, wants to hang out. Bye, gang. Like, it's just, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, time, place, and occasion, right? And like, the way that this guy picked, like, his like TPO was just aggressively bad, right? Thank you for the follow. Thank you. So, you know, it's just, it, like, how should I put it? It's just a really terrible timing, right? Like, I'm not gonna hate on this man for shooting his shot. All I have to say is just, there's no universe in which I'm gonna be like, hey girls, this guy who sucks at Yu-Gi-Oh! Wants to go on a date. The fail aside, to be completely fair, if it's the only time he thinks he'll see you, he's gotta take the chance to approach though. Yeah, I just feel like, man, you know, it's just really awkward. It's just really awkward. The problem is that, would you as men go up to a girl and be like, yeah, I suck at this event, like, I suck at this, like, common hobby that we have, do you want to go on a date? Like, if you were at a Warhammer tournament and you lost like 3 matches and there's a girl that you're trying to hit on, would you go up to the girl and be like, hey, yeah, so I lost my matches for the day, but like, do you want to go hang out? I was like, oh, no, thank you. No, girls are icky. True, girls are icky. Don't talk to women. Women cring. Yeah, yes, I walk up to a fellow car guy and go, yeah, Lamau, I fucking suck at working on cars. I think the problem is that, right? If it were a girl asking, it would probably get a better response than if a guy were asking. So, like, we were joking. So we were joking that bro went X4. He saw you as a consolation prize. That's crazy because, like, I mean, I don't know. Am I a Make-A-Wish Foundation? Am I Make-A-Wish? Do I have like, you know? As a man that plays for 80k and has been to a Warhammer tournament, lost all 4 games and won to win, I can see the corner is my favorite place. I don't know. Like I said, I don't hate the man for shooting his shot. I don't hate it. I just question it. I'm just like, okay. You doing this in front of my friends is uber awkward, right? And by the way, we were doing something. Like we were doing something like as a group. That's why we were sat down. So it was like, I'm not likely to like get up from my friends to be like, hey, you know, like, hey, maybe we should like, you know, maybe I'm gonna dip to go hang out with this guy now. But if he didn't ask, yeah, the answer is no anyways. Yeah, it's just like, I wouldn't say he's a creep, right? I can respect the guy for shooting a shot. I don't think he's a creep. Now, what I do think is it was a very awkward situation. That's it. But also, I'm there for like a tournament. I'm not there to, you know, I'm not there to get hit on. So it's a little like... I think you mentioning he lost is the weird part. It really is though. Like, I don't know what part of like I lost in the tournament, do you want to hang out, is supposed to be very like sexy and attractive. Right? Like, oh hell yeah, let me get some of that like oh, I suck at Yu-Gi-Oh dick right now. Like, no, that's not gonna happen, right? Like, it's not gonna happen now, is it? Like, hey baby girl, I'm bronze 5 in League of Legends, wanna bang? I'd be like, no. Go back to work. Take care, Mac. Take care, take care, take care. If it was a girl, I'm sure someone would apply. It shows that they're quirky and funny. Honestly, true. Like, we're not gonna, you know, like, we're not gonna pretend like there's no, like, gender bias. There's no double standard when it comes to stuff like this. But, like, and the first thing you hear is bang. That's cause a guy hit on me, at a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. But the way he hit on me was so weird. It was so weird. Like, bro really said, hey baby girl, I suck at this game. You wanna fuck? And it's like, no, I don't want to do that. Was he smelly? No. You know what's the thing? So the crazy thing is that, the insane thing is that, right? Even like the girls and like Danny agreed. Like, Danny is part of the girls, by the way. The guy was probably like a 6. Like a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament 6 or 7. So he's not bad looking. He's not smelly. Actually, I don't know if he's smelly. I didn't stand close enough to him to actually smell him, but you know. and then there's Peter Turbo in the back judging. He's like, yeah, fuck that X3 guy. Hey, Mio, my brain is going 100 miles a second. I'm staring as if I'm having a stroke. Want to hang out? Real. Peter Turbo's just there like, what the fuck is going on right now? And honestly, bestie, mood. I don't know what's going on right now. He is kind of giving you a side eye. He is staring at me. He is mad. He's mad. But also, my friends were like telling me, do you think it'd be fun? Okay. What do you guys think? Would it be funny? Because Pittsburgh Regional, the actual like Pittsburgh Regionals is happening in November. Would it be funny if I went to the Pittsburgh Regionals? Okay, Edward, thank you for the follow. Donut, thank you for the follow. And God Emperor of Mankind, thank you for the follow. Thank you. It'd be a little funny. It'd be so dumb. Are you guys ready? Should we start watching the video? So we can stop having Peter Turbo judge us? Do you want to hide in yet another bathroom at a Yu-Gi-Oh event? We're 3 for 3 at this point. We're like 3 for 3. We're like 3 for 3. Oh my god, did I tell you guys? Oh, okay, so I was on Hinge, right? And there was a guy with like a Warhammer, with like a Warhammer picture. And I was like, oh, is that like, do you have like a Blood Angels army? That's so cool. And he's like, oh, what's your favorite army? Right? And I'm like, the Imperial Fists. And he goes, which one is that? And I unmatched. He goes, which one is that? I immediately unmatch. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't do this with you, bro. I'm like, I can't, I'm sorry. Bro must be new. I was like, the yellow one? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Fair enough. I love how everyone in the chat's like, you know what? Understandable. Have a nice day. You guys aren't even like, oh, that's an overreaction. No, it is not an overreaction. It is, there's 2 yellow chapters. That's the cooler yellow chapter. The cooler yellow chapter. So, you know, hey. You fumble. He fumbled so hard. I was like looking at his picture. I was like, how do you not know? Did you just take a picture next to it? This is, oh yeah, the Lamenters. Oh, I almost forgot that the Lamenters were yellow. Oh my god, I'm a fake fan. I'm a fucking tourist. Chat, unmatch with me. It's over for me. I don't know. Maybe try to get close, but like it's such an awkward thing to be like, oh, which one is that? Like, I don't know. It's so fucking funny. I was like, oh my god, unmatched, sorry, we can't talk to you. Like, I can't talk to you. You know? We can't talk. I can't talk to you anymore. I'm sorry, I have to unmatch now. This is crazy. But are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Arthur. And I bet you didn't see this coming. It's a bit late by a few days, but
No, I
for
believe.
those who don't know what this is the paid content I have been creating for the last year.
It's paid
Basically,
content?
if you are
Ooh.
a channel member of the current highest tier of Arthur Lord, you gain access to 2 additional videos a month, with some wiggle room for sickness and personal issues that arise from time to time. I unveiled this channel membership role last year and unveiled the ability to get this content, with the caveat of I'm not gonna make these videos public until a year after the publication.
Oh,
well,
okay,
I
so that's
posted the
fine.
first video on the 16th of August, and considering we have passed that milestone, I was left with the choice of either drip feeding you every single video until they were out and try and milking it for all it's worth, or just release all 20 parts in one compilation video and then just treat you guys with a long ass video.
You know, I have a question, right? The artists who do this, do you think they make the crotch like extra shiny on purpose? Cause like the lighting, like those like light lines, do they have to be there? Like, was that necessary? Why were you looking? It's right there. It's like right there. You know, 100%. Oh, okay. Well, you know, you guys both agree on something. That is where the light would land. It's like self-report, and it was the 80s artist literally said that, and they must hide the protruding bits. I'm sorry, guys. You're absolutely right. You know, you're absolutely right. It is Warhammer is 100% okay. You're absolutely right. Thank you, guys. What do you think Space Marines do in their downtime? Polish their cod pieces, of course. Okay, what are those called? Are they like sports cups? I don't know what they're called. It's art. I'm not an artist. It's Space Marines like camel toe shit. Cups? Oh, they're also called cups. Okay. The first thing that gets your attention is a bolter. You and I are not built the same. Finish shows. You and I are not built the same, and it fucking shows. This is so bad. Okay, I'm self-reporting. Anyways, 3, 2, 1.
Because I respect your guys' time and don't want to game the system that much,
Real.
I decided to make the compilation video. This video covers a bunch of out-of-nowhere chapters that I think you'd enjoy. It's a 20-part series consisting of what I deem as the most significant chapters of Space
20
Marines that no one really
parts?
talks about. There are some weird diversions from time to time, but other than that, everything in here, I like to think I explain my point as to why they're significant. And if you disagree, then don't watch the video. Scream if you want to. I'll probably hear it. I'm still in the process of deciding what to do next for
They
Arthur
did it
Lords,
again, guys.
But you know, we got time. We got at least another 2 weeks before I gotta publish another video for them. Because if you didn't know, Arthur Lords get 2 extra videos a month. So with that being said, there are a few things I want to say before I get into this compilation. For one, I did cut off certain elements of the video. Now it was the end stage part of each video where I thank channel members for supporting me, and it was the first part of the video where I introduced the topic of the day and discuss what series they're watching. Now there are a few jokes that are cut out because of this, and it's also because I want to still give my Arthur Lords something that no one else will. It's so that it doesn't remove that special feeling, making it feel insignificant that I'm just going to release it a year later. So if you want to see the cut content, then, well, become an Arthur Lord. There are some pretty interesting bits that you're going to be missing out on, especially with the last part of this series where I do get a cameo from a certain someone. Secondly, it's going to be wild seeing all of these videos, as the first one was created well over a year ago, which was before I learned how to do motion graphics on my video editor. So
Okay, hold up. This art kind of goes hard though. What the heck? Wait, which chapter is this, guys? It actually goes really hard. Wait, someone on Twitch commented watching this. Wait, someone on Twitch commented watching this because I was trying to talk to a girl on Hinge and she unadded me because I didn't know the P Space Marines faction. That's crazy. Don't call them that. The Boner Boys. Oh, okay. The Blood Angels. Dev Company Blood Angels. Man, I remember having that codex at home. You know, can I be for reals? Also, don't call them the P Space Marines faction. I love them. Those are my boys. What the fuck? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, guys, I really thought about going like Space Marines, like I was of like going shopping. I wanted to buy like a codex just to have at home because I thought it looked really nice. Like, you know, like I'm not gonna read it obviously because like I'm not playing like actual Space Marines. Like I'll play Kill Team, but like the Cosmic Marines are 120. Oh, should look up videos on homebrew Space Marines. What is homebrew? The Piss Protestants chapter. Don't call them Piss. Don't call them Piss. Everyone who calls them Piss, I'm gonna throw a shoe at your head. Trust. Hi. Look up. Wait. What'd you say? Look up Henry the Ace armor. It's a real thing and it's right there. Oh my god. Oh, fan mate. Tell me go to sleep. Go to sleep, Sheikah. Homemade. Okay. We're gonna make them pink. I already ordered a tank, by the way. Once the tank is here, we're gonna paint it pink. Should I order some like little like heart-shaped decorations for it? Is the question of the day. Or should we just paint hearts on them? Might as well. We'll get like we'll make them look kawaii. Just to learn about Space Maids. I saw a Space Maid. So over the weekend I was at this I was in Atlanta for an Illustrials tournament. Illustrials is another card game because, you know, I'm a fucking nerd and I play like multiple card games. And they had like a Warhammer section in the store, and they had a section of like parts, like they had like this glass container where people had painted like Space Marines and whatnot. And they had like a kawaii one there. And I was like, oh my god, this is so cute. I didn't want to take a picture just in case, you know, they didn't, you know, just in case like they don't want to let you or anything like that. I didn't want to take a picture just to not be rude. But I saw one in real life and it was very cute. I really like it. Space Maids are Homer that got popular. I had to hold myself back from buying stuff at that store because like I didn't have the luggage space for it. Like I would probably have had to hold the actual thing like under my arm or something going through TSA. Glass container people painting. No, it was like a glass container showing like already painted models and like a QR code to contact the artist if you want to get your models painted by them too. Yeah. I saw like a ton of them and I was like really interested. Like I even like went up to some of the people playing like actual Warhammer, like the tabletop stuff, and I was standing there watching for a bit, and people were really nice. They were like explaining to me like how things like worked and whatnot. So I was like, hey, that's pretty good. Yeah, dude. I should have bought. I honestly regret not buying the Titus, but I could probably ask a friend to buy it for me and then just ship it over. I did see the store that I was at. They had like the banana peel Titus, and I like really wanted to. I really should have gotten it. I was just like, man, I don't have the space for it, but I really should have gotten it. I regret it now. I really do. Single Space Marines are pretty cheap. It was like $40, I think. It wasn't too bad. My like I said, my biggest concern was just like I wouldn't have the like the luggage space for it. So yeah. You ever watched Thin Your Paints? I don't think so, but like everyone's told me that. Anyways, let's keep it going because this Blood Angels chapter is sick as fuck.
If you think that there's a dip in quality in the beginning, that's why.
Oh.
So about part 10 is when things start to become more what you're used to as of right now. And lastly, man, I used to swear a lot in these things, so I might have to bleep out a few things for the first couple parts just so this video doesn't get suppressed or demonetized. So if you hear some weird noises, it's because YouTube dinged me and I have to actually keep the video down for a bit. So,
guys, the one reaction that I did of the most hated Warhammer characters, right? It got age restricted because I swore so much at the Leandros part. It was so funny. So I guess what I'm saying is I can't swear as much anymore. My day's been like really good. Like as soon as I saw I got age restricted and I thought about challenging it, but then I watched a bit and I was like, yeah, fuck you, Leandros, eat a dick, bitch. And I was like, oh, no, actually, the age restrictions kind of make sense. It's not the cleavage. We've never been age restricted before. It was only that one bit. And I realized it's just because I was swearing. I was cussing the fuck out of Leandros, so. And now this video is age restricted. Man! Okay, guys, we need a swear jar so that my videos don't get age restricted. Are we ready? We'll keep it going. Warhammer Sim get to you. Brittany, I've been on the Warhammer train forever. I've been on the Warhammer train for so long. I like this game too much. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. Nerd, that's fair. That's fair, girl. I am a nerd. You need a swear jar? I need a swear jar and therapy. I'm just a nerd. I like the Scully. He is so cool. Like, this art actually goes insanely hard. Is that an excessive? Is this like an excessive amount of skulls? Probably, but is it also sick as fuck? Hell yeah. Old Chaplain asks, is he really? Is he really? I don't know. I'm just looking at all the skulls and I'm like, man, imagine being the guy who made this armor and it's like, how many skulls you want on it? Yes. You do Warhammer, you're awesome. I like Warhammer a lot. So what my house looks like. It's time for me to go to my bestie Brittany's house now. Oh my god. Do you think he killed oh my god. No, he didn't kill people for the smaller skulls. They're cute. What horrors does to a motherfucker? Real. Okay, guys. Today, what do you think is the likelihood of this stream getting age restricted? What do you think is the likelihood of everything getting age restricted? What do you mean yes out of 10? What do you mean yes out of 10? 50-50? Oh man, I believe in us as a team. We got a 30%. Okay, we gotta keep it PG, chat. No swearing. It's not the new pancreas video. This is the Mr. Bones one from a year ago. Not the yes out of 10. Oh my god, can you believe in me? Thank you. Okay, are you ready? In 3. If you search Galactic Mate sarcophagus tabletop miniature wargaming proxy on Etsy, there's a dread you'd absolutely love. I'm scared. Once I see the word dread, I know it's big. I'm scared. But I will search it up. I will search it up just to see the Galactic Mate. I can't show it on stream because I'm pretty sure Etsy will dox my location and all you guys are gonna see. Oh my god, that shit's so cute. It's over for me. Now I want to buy this. Oh my god. Oh no. All you guys are gonna see is the Etsy witch that I hired that is basically backfiring on me. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Take it away, younger Arthur.
Yay, younger Arthur.
This is part 1 of a new 20-part series I'm going to be doing on 20 different Descendant chapters in order. It's going to be exclusive to the higher tier channel members, and the theming of it is based simply on importance to the setting. Is it a chapter that is significant or important in any way, shape, or form? I'll probably put it into this list depending on the Legion itself. So we're doing part 1, which means the first Legion, which means Dark Angels. The Descendant chapters tend to just be Dark Angels with a few extra steps added on. So when it comes to covering things of relevance, I find it's hard to find anything that isn't.
Wait, I kind of hate the Angels of Redemption. What is that color scheme? You went halfsies on it? What is this? Wait, I kind of hate this one. It looks dumb. This one looks stupid to me. Don't be mad at me. I think it's split in such an ugly way. I don't think I really like it. It's Christmas? Marines do that all the time? It looks like they got like dipped in, like half of them got dipped in paint. And the other half was just like they were holding them by like the foot or something. Like, it looks so dumb. I don't know. Like, the checkerboard stuff, like, if it has a pattern on it, why do you hate Christmas cheer? It doesn't remind me of Christmas. It just looks like someone like tried to paint like a salamander. Like, someone couldn't decide between the salamander or the white scars, right? They were like, Oh, hold up. I think my mic peaked again. Let me fix my volume settings again. I think it might be too loud now. Okay, this should be good enough for you. This should be good enough, right? Or you know what? We'll make it a little bit louder. Okay, I shouldn't be peaking anymore. But yeah, it just looks like someone couldn't decide between their favorite like Space Marine chapter and just decided, well, I'll go halfsies. Fuck it. I just dipped my one like white scar in like green paint to make him half a salamander. It's so, I don't know, I think it's so dumb. I think it's really dumb. Like, this is still fine. The Guardians of the Covenant, everything else is still fine. It's just this one I can't.
Oh, they are Dark Angels, but blue. Sure. There are a few fun ones out there, but the one I think is probably the most significant to the setting is the Relictors.
Oh, I
Fun
like that,
fact
though.
about them. They are the first non-Legion-based Space Marine chapter I learned about when I got into the game. I pirated, legally procured 3 audiobooks: The Heart of Decay, The Rage of Asmodai, and The Assassination of Gabriel Seth. I listened to them all in that order. Now, The Assassination of Gabriel Seth is a fucking awesome book, but has nothing to do with the Relictors. The 2 other books I got, I didn't know had anything to do with the Relictors. I thought one was Death Guard and the other was Dark Angels. And to a degree, I was right.
Okay.
So color me interested when my time to cover more Space Marine chapters is at hand, and I am here to look at these silly little fellows once more. There is no goddamn way they aren't a descendant chapter of the Dark Angels, and I will get into why later. So stick around if you want to find out.
Okay.
But to start, they initially were referred to as the Fire Claws, one of the 20 or so chapters of Space Marines dedicated to keeping the Eye of Terror in check at key locations. Now, if you need help remembering these Marines, they were called the Astartes Praesus, and I had an unhinged fucking meltdown about them a while back involving the Sons of Malice, which just so happened to be a member of them.
I want the Cow Space Marines chapter so bad now. What the fuck is this? This is my dream Cow Space Marines chapter. He's literally cow print. I love him. Someone remember this shit for me. I want the cow Space Marine. I want the Cow Space Marine so bad. This is so stupid. I love it. That's a Chaos Marine. He's a cow. The Space Marines. They're not canon anymore. It's okay. He is cow print. I want you guys to know. One of my ultimate goals in coming to America is to see a cow that's like Harvest Moon like ish. Like, you know how in Harvest Moon and like Story of Seasons, all the cows are like black and white? Like the base cows are black and white. I want to see a cow that's like black and white. It makes me happy. So I really want to see. I really want to get the Space Marine. I'm so excited. No, I don't want to look at the ones in the supermarket. I want to see like the live ones. That's like, you know, like, have you never seen a black and white cow before? No, I've never. I've seen like a lot of the like, because I'm from Singapore. We don't really have like cows or anything like that there. I just really want to see like my dream cow. They're in canon, but paint how you want. What if I bought, okay, you know what's the thing? This is gonna sound stupid. I just want to buy like a ton of Space Marines and paint them like stupid, like really stupid colors. Now I'm inspired to do one that's like cow print, because I think that'd be really funny. It'd be stunning. Yeah, we don't have cows in Singapore, so I've never seen like a real like cow before. I really want to see cows. That's my own homebrew. It will be a descendant of the damn. How would cows fit into the Warhammer? How would cows fit into the Warhammer universe? The Marines? This is so dumb. The aggro world? Oh, that's true. Like the cow print and then some really edgy name. just make them ultramarine successors. They're canon. We don't see much of them. How come you never see cow in Singapore? We don't have space. Singapore is very small. We don't have like space for them to exist, like graze or eat like grass, you know. So we don't really have like farms for cows like that. But I want to see a cow so bad, and I want to like pet a cow. I'm excited. One day I will see a cow. One day. I'm so excited. Do I have cowtism? Oh my god. Cows are big and smelly, but they're so cute. I bet cows are cute. They're so cute. I want to see cow so bad. We have black and white cows here once at the end of my street right now. Oh my god. I don't know if I'll go to India though. Oh. You have black and white cowtism. They're so cute. I love them. I think they're so sweet. I think you just might have tism in general. You know, we kind of established that I'm like a weird girl. Now I'm also the weird girl with tism. It's over. No autism, cows just look neat. Cows are so cute. Okay, it's time to paint a Space Marine specifically in cow print. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for that? You guys are gonna watch me paint a Space Marines like cow print. How would we do it? The base white and then black spots, or black base and white spots? How does that work? Isn't it about lactose intolerance? I mean, you know, lactose intolerance is like, you know, separate from everything. Like, I mean, it's not my, like, sure, I cannot digest lactose, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna not fuck up a you know, cheese. What are you gonna call them? Space Marines. Base white? Base, okay. So base white and then black spots. Okay. You want to use black as the base? Okay. Oh, that'd be so funny. That'd be so good. It'd be so exciting. It'd be really, really, really exciting. Oh my god, I'm excited. You guys don't understand. I may not be able to digest lactose, but hear me out. I will fuck up a pizza with milk tea. Just Space Marines? No, Space Marines. Like moo for like cow moo. Wait. Yeah, cows go moo. India has so many cows. Oh my god, that's true. And they all they do is just guard cows. In our fantasy, all they do is guard cows. That's it. They protect the cows from chaos. Trust. Are we ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Being the Fire Claws, they decided to just be a Space Marine chapter.
That
apparently in
sword
lore,
looks
they
straight
were
out
very
of,
Space Marine.
Adventure
A
Quest.
very noble track record of support in the Imperium at large, but it's one of those literary moments where they just go, oh, they helped at the Battle of Dragonbone Thunderfuck Ridge, or they played a key role in the shartening.
Ooh, the
Basically,
shartening?
saying they played a role in a military campaign that sounds significant, but GW desperately needs people to forget about it due to them never wanting to elaborate further.
Damn.
Unless it's actually in some significant place like Armageddon. Oh, also, these guys fought in one of the wars for Armageddon. So why did they go from being called the Fire Claws to the Relictors? It's pretty simple. Basically, they were called in as support for a military campaign involving a Tzeentch-corrupted warband that was so insignificant that their leader got a title, and the warband didn't even get a name in
What?
lore. Not to mention the leader's name was so fucking generic in the 40k setting. Not to mention the leader's name was so fucking generic in the 40k setting. I had to essentially type the Excoriator. No, not the Space Marine chapter, to get any information about him, which is funny because he still has slightly more information on him than the current chapter master of the fucking Imperial Fists. Fireclaws, working alongside a particularly cracked Inquisitor, fought their way through the Space Hulk that the warband had sort of nested in, got to some kind of cool final stand type thing by the warband that had them hold up until they all died, leaving the Excoriator. God damn it, dude, that is such a shit name. The TLDR is he had a demon-possessed sword, killed a bunch of Terminators from the Fire Claws, almost killed a named librarian for the Fire Claws. The librarian in question accidentally grabbed the demon weapon and killed him with it.
Huh?
He realized that, man, killing Chaos dudes with Chaos weapons is pretty fun and easy. We should do this more often, to which the Inquisitor was like, no, don't. That's such a bad idea. Which led to them rebranding their entire shtick to being about collecting Chaos relics and killing Chaos Marines with them. Thus, they renamed themselves to the Relictors. It's a cool tale.
Okay.
Very, very heretical. Unless you're the Grey Knights. But they eventually got caught. I'm pretty sure the Inquisitor in question got disappeared, and they were told never to do that again. Went on a penance crusade, and if memory serves correctly, they are basically considered non-chaos traitors to the Imperium, but still work with the Imperium from time to time. It's a little weird, but I think it leads to them being one of the best factions lore-wise to have any kind of novels about them. Follow me on it. They are enacting upon dozens of different campaigns, each one dedicated to solving a problem involving chaos without the fear of corruption from chaos.
Okay.
Good example, they have a captured Death Guard Plague Marine in a dreadnought sarcophagus that they sealed away. The sarcophagus is in a secluded section of space with only ever one Space Marine apothecary at this massive monastery at any given time. Every couple of years, that Marine becomes corrupted by chaos. They send in a new apothecary, kill the old one, replace him, and do more experiments.
What?
What are they trying to do? Cure Nurgle's rot. Dog, that is impossible but awesome. They are outside of the Imperium, but work towards a greater good to help it, which makes them like the chaotic good protagonist of 40k that, in all honesty, it kind of needs. Before I close off, I want to elaborate on why I believe they are a Dark Angel's successor, true and blue.
Did no one think to just give him a buff? Like, Just, I don't know. Just give him a bath. Febreze that shit. You know, wash his clothes a little. What the fuck? I mean, I don't know. That sounds really, like, fucked up. It wouldn't work, man. They smell really bad and the water got all dirty. Oh, he's just really fucking dirty. It's far too late for Bob to solve anything. He's just a stinky boy. Oh no. Okay, does soap exist in Warhammer though? He extra stinky. It's in his skin. Oh no. Guys, he's just a stinky guy. Oh god. Wait. If a guy played like the Nurgle Chaos Space Marines, like, is that a red flag? Do you think the man is stinky? Do you think he is stinky? His soul radiates rot. Can we date a man who plays the Death Guard, but like stinky? Weirdly enough, every Nurgler I met is clean. Sus. Really, really, really sus. You know, oh my god. So like at that Warhammer store, right, I didn't even want to say it, but you know how like one of my biggest complaints will forever be that like I always see people's like arse cracks, right? I always see people's bum cracks whenever I'm at like a TCG, like any like nerdy related store. There's always one guy who doesn't own a belt and his like pants are just all the way down, right? So there was a dude wearing like a t-shirt, and I'm fairly certain bro had like a skid mark on his t-shirt, and I was like, I was scared. I was fucking scared. I was like, holy shit. People don't like notice this stuff? Did no one tell him? I was like, I felt bad for the dude. I didn't know if I should go tell him that. Like, I didn't know if I should go tell him that, or like, I don't know. What do you do? Like, what do you do in that situation? Do you tell the guy like, hey, I think you've got something on your shirt? Or do you just like awkwardly walk away and avoid that person forever? You bully him? Okay, I don't want to bully people. Like, tell the store owner, yeah? I was genuinely horrified. I was like, okay, like maybe I'm not the best like socially, right? Like I don't know how to behave socially. But honestly, like what do you do in that situation? I have no idea. It was just like the edge of his like the edge of his shirt just had like a really like you know, it had a long streak. Let's just say that. And I was like, oh my god. Tell the store owner, yeah, you guys think that's it? You run? Just back away. There's no good answer, right? I was like, oh, like I don't want to call a guy nasty or anything. I don't want to like go up and like be like, hey, I think you got like, you know, something on your shirt. But also like, oh, what the fuck? You know, just ignore it. Yeah. I just kind of gave the dude like a wide berth. Let's just say that, because I was like a little horrified. I was a little horrified. Like, I don't know, you know, like, I can't say I go to many, like, TCG stores, so maybe socially I don't understand if I was also like, oh, no, just pretend you're on a phone and walk away, real. Okay, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Blue. In the Rage of Asmodai is tracking down what he thinks is a fallen Dark Angel, which is what he does best, after all. He will kill, torture, and God knows what else to anyone who gets in his way. On the same planet, there is a Relictor captain trying to acquire a demon weapon this Marine has. They both end up in a position of crossing paths where they find out the Black Space Marine is just a Black Legionnaire and not a Fallen, if I remember correctly. For the help from the Relictor in securing this man, Asmodai gives him the demon weapon and doesn't lobotomize him. Now, if you know anything about Asmodai, he's kind of a mean guy.
Know anything? Oh.
Putting it lightly, I know. But for him to not lobotomize you when you are this close to knowing about the Fallen basically guarantees that you are a Dark Angel. I remember even in lore, he caught a Dark Angel in the Second Company barracks laughing. So he commanded for 1 year that no one is allowed to speak in that exact barracks. He will turn Space Marines into servitors for being on the same planet as someone who has a connection to the Fallen.
What?
So for him to give lenience here, it only makes sense for them to be of Dark Angel's gene stock. So that is a kind of rough overview of the Relictors.
What the fuck?
Do you like secrets? Do you like having chaos weapons but not being a pussy whip bitch controlled by the Dark Gods? Do you like spray painting your miniatures gray and then calling it a fucking day? Then maybe try out the Relictors. They are a really cool option for people wanting to try new Marines. And if you throw in some Dark Angel specific miniature stuff, then I could see the army composition being pretty fucking cool.
The gray shields.
So, part 2 was a particularly difficult one for me to script or to decide upon. Because, if you didn't know, there isn't a 2nd or 11th Legion. So, considering something had to cover this specific spot, I have to be careful that whatever I choose can't be fully traced back to another Legion with a very sound principle behind it, or make myself sound as cracked as humanly possible. So, instead of choosing one chapter with unknown origins, let's choose a theoretical chapter that has all of the legions as its own origin. Confused yet?
Yeah, what the hell is that?
I hope so. So, let's break it down a bit. When Rabute Gilliman was woken up by Eldar and Call being Call, he was given a massive army that was essentially legion-sized from the old days when he was actually conscious. Call being Call made thousands of new Space Marines that have the gene seed of every Primarch that was collected on the vaults of Terra. Yes, all of them. Gilliman was likely lied to. Conspiracy aside, this legion that was created was a mixture of every loyalist gene seed imaginable, separated based on tasks. So you all have small squads of Blood Angels and Space Wolves as melee specialists, and you have Iron Hands and Imperial Fists as gunnery experts. This massive legion of ultra-diverse skill sets ended up working together to form the backbone of the Indomitus Crusade. They went by many different names, but the one most people know them by is either the Unnumbered Sons of Gilliman or the Grey Shields. Being called the Grey Shields because they have a small gray marking on their armor, regardless of where their gene stock came from, to denote which legion they belong to. It was a small gray chevron to denote that they are all working together for the same purpose. It's simple stuff, so the Indomitus Crusade ended up working together with all of these Marines to stop various threats. Usually just chaosy goodness that was causing a massive fucking kerfuffle around the universe. They are featured pretty predominantly in the Dark Imperium series, where they are fighting against the Death Guard for the majority of it.
They're just
and doing a
Primaris
decent
Marines.
job. There is a lot that could be explored with these Marines that isn't really touched upon, and sadly to my recollection, they no longer exist. I'll get into why in like a few minutes, but
why?
Few interesting lore tidbits that happened is that through the perspective of the Grey Shields, you learn a lot about how Primaris Marines react and interact with their firstborn brothers, as well as how Primaris Marines interact with Chaos. Even in the first book, there was a Primaris Marine that was, like, slowly being influenced by Chaos before another Marine was like, "Dog, calm down, you're scaring the hoes." To which the Marine in question goes, "Oh shit, you're right." And he goes back to doing what he was doing, which, if I remember correctly, was murder.
Okay,
The
murder.
term Grey
We love
Shields
that.
is obviously a callback to the Black Shields of the Horus Heresy, but that is a topic for another time. I mean, I have to have something lined up for the 11th chapter video anyhow, eh? They served under the Indomitus Crusade as a sort of 3-part plan. Part 1, give the boyos who were frozen for thousands of years some actual combat experience so they aren't just overwhelmed immediately upon coming out of their pod. Part 2,
Okay.
have a legion-sized army in order to scare that punk bitch Mortarion back into his little moth hidey hole where he deserves to be.
Yeah,
and
fuck that
Part
punk
3,
bitch.
eventually part ways with the Marines so they can reinforce other Space Marine chapters, which is where we get into why the Grey Shields are more or less no longer a thing. The Indomitus Crusade lasted, I believe, over 100 years or so. I think 130 was the total. And through that time, all of these unnumbered sons fought to serve the crusade. But once it was over, as declared by Gilliman himself, they were all dispersed as per the amended Codex Astartes, dictated across the universe to either reinforce previously existing chapters, by the way, rip the fucking flesh terrors, or create new chapters that will serve as guardians in key locations. There's actually a tidbit in the lore where you learn they couldn't get Primaris Marines from these unnumbered suns to certain locations, usually in the Imperium Nihilus, which, if you don't know what that is, imagine the entire universe got ripped in two, and on one side you have the Imperium of mankind as well as, you know, the Emperor of mankind, and the other side has neither and is kind of fucked right now. So suffice to say, they couldn't get Marines over there. So what happened is they sent the data on how to make the new Primaris Marines that were part of the Unnumbered Sons out of the current gene stock that they had, as well as schematics for Mark 10 Indomitus pattern armor. In the Spears of the Emperor, it turns out that the first couple batches of Primaris Marines they tried to make turned out deformed or more or less were killed on the spot if they didn't die from some horrible contortion-based death.
So basically they were sent over like fucking 3D printing like blueprints. When? Wait. Oh my god, that's awful. Wait. Just a little oopsie? Yeah, like how did Gilliman not like want to like smack someone for this? Holy shit. Messages through a word can be hazy and hard to understand. Build like, yeah, this is like literally Build a Bear but like Build a Space Marine, except like sending messages through the warp suck. So instead of like putting like cotton in, you just put like, I don't know, fucking raw meat in there. That's crazy. That's actually insane. Hi guys, if you guys are just joining, hi, if a Tyranid ate you, what do you think you taste like? Beef? I don't know. Like, I don't know. They keep they keep 3D printing people. It's kind of insane. You gotta play Rogue Trader yet? We've already played Rogue Trader. We haven't finished it, but we have played it. You played Space Marines to remember Astropath? Yeah? Oh. Man. Warhammer's kind of fucked up, huh? Like, Warhammer's just a little fucked up, huh? Oh my god, the realization that like things are kind of shit in this universe is hitting me, and I'm like, this hit me ages ago. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like I knew this. I knew this, but Warhammer's kind of fucked up, huh? Oh well. You notice now? Not really. I mean, we've always known that Warhammer is kind of fucked up, but like it's also very cool, but also very like, what the actual fuck? Oh, okay. What? Okay. Kinda. I mean, okay, Warhammer's like really fucked up. You know what's the thing? I feel like if you ask any other like nerdy hobby, and you're like, oh, the universe in this like in your the universe in your like nerdy like game hobby, right, is kind of fucked up, people will be like, no, what are you saying, it's so good. But then with Warhammer fans, you're like, everything's kind of fucked up about this, and everyone's like, yeah. Have you ever heard of the demon something whatever? No, like, you want to know how I even got into like the Warhammer like lore deep dive in the first place? It's the cherubs, cuz I saw them in Space Marines too, and I remember being like, why are there like weird baby things flying around? And then I read about it and I was like, oh no. And then, you know, from then on it was over for me, and now we just sit here and like watch like videos on like Warhammer lore. Girl, I remember I remember watching my friend's boyfriend play Space Marines 2, and then watching the the cherubs and being like, why are there like weird baby drones? I was like, oh, are they like drones in the shape of babies? No, they're fucking babies turned into drones. What the actual fuck? So anyways, shout out to my friend's boyfriend for playing Space Marines. That's why we're doing Warhammer content. Like, it's so fucked up, man. I was like, oh fuck, dude, what is this? Ooh. What would you have them do? Waste the baby? Yeah, yes? Yeah? Most of the messed up stuff just comes from the Imperium. Like, realistically speaking, I do feel like the Imperium's really fucked up, right? Like, on like the lesser end. Bye, Django, bye. Have a nice, I don't know if you're driving home or what. But like, dude, I don't know. Like, it's just a little fucked up. They did kind of retcon that, made a lot of the cherubs and servitors vat grown. I don't know if that I don't know if that necessarily makes anything better, by the way. But I don't know. Human life is cheap. Human life is really cheap in this universe, huh? Servitors are definitely actual people. We know that because they turned what was his name? Gav's like crush into like a servitor. And so we know that they're human, that, you know, have been like, you know, like lobotomized. So, ooh. Everything's crazy about this universe. What the actual heck? No. Everyone has told me not to Google that, and I think for my own sake, I also shall not Google that. Yeah. Like, I think for my own sake, I won't be Googling the demon, whatever it is. Everyone's told me not to, so I probably shouldn't, and I probably wouldn't. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's like a rite of passage, but I think that I will remain a tourist forever and not Google what that is. Yeah. Yeah, I will remain a tourist and not Google that. Just, oh my god. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, I just wanna happily paint my Space Marines. I just wanna happily paint my Space Marines stupid colors. Oh my god, you know what we should do? We should get like Space Marines and just paint them paint them like Harvest Moon cow colors. So like a pink one, like with pink spots for like a strawberry cow. We should do that. Oh, I am not Googling it now. Oh. The cow marines? Yeah. We should do that. It'd be very funny. It'd be very cute. okay, what if I never built like an army and it's just all like Space Marines but in different colors for like different cute things. Like what if I made a Hello Kitty like Space Marine and like a cinnamon roll one? And brown for chocolate? Yeah. That'd be so fun. What if we did one that's yellow for like banana milk? Yeah, like a Hello Kitty Space Marine, cinnamon roll Space Marine, Pom Pom Purin Space Marines. What do you guys think? Banana milk? Yeah, have you not seen banana milk? It's like a thing in like Korea. The Sangyo Marines. Need a pink one for strawberry milk? Yeah, it's just gonna be we're never gonna build a full army. We're just gonna build like little like Space Marines and just paint them like different colors. It's gonna be so funny. It's gonna be so cute. It's gonna be so funny. Isn't banana milk white? Actually, I don't know what color banana milk is. I actually don't know. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! The Death Watch is a thing. Oh, I don't know. I was thinking about like getting like some Chaos Space Marines and painting them like pink and cute, but then like I've also seen them and I feel like they're too much effort. Also, can I just say, I feel like okay. I feel like a lot of the Warhammer stores that I've been to, a lot of the guys have Chaos Space Marine factions and like the Tau. And I'm just there like, none of you guys are playing the good guys, or technically the good guys. All of you guys are playing the bad dudes. And I was like, I guess it does appeal a little more to the guys, right? Probably. Sort of. Maybe. Is it like a guy thing? But also like somehow like all the men have like a Tau army. You ever seen the Dreadnought paint Hello Kitty? I have seen it. Being the villain is cool. I mean, I guess you're right. And all the girls I know play Tyranids. Why? I don't know. Tyranids are pink. Tyranids are like canonically like a little purple and pink, and I think those are very cute. I guess. It's just Tyranids. I'm the only Chaos Space Marine. Ooh. I guess the minority is just louder about it. I guess so. Like I'm pretty sure people don't like Tau players, but also I've run into like 5 people playing Tau, so I'm like, huh? You know? I play Tau. Yeah, it's like I'm just here. Like I thought you guys hated it, but then like so many people also play it, so I'm like, I love my space dwarfs, the Votan. Yeah, I saw someone have like a Votan army, and I was like just watching it and just like looking at it because that it seemed very interesting to me. Okay, let's keep it going. 3, 2, 1.
Unless your name was Saravan, but whatever. It wasn't an easily accomplished goal trying to get everyone Primaris Marine so that they could be reinforced, and even the creation of these new sons from scratch is incredibly difficult for those who never got to see them in person. For the 100 or so chapters that were erected, you saw so many interesting things happen because these individuals knew how to make them, so there wasn't that awkward step of having to form Space Marines, like the Wolf Spear, which I have already covered, being one of the only Space Wolf descendant chapters around. You also have like the Dark Krakens, which are water-based salamanders and have a goddamn cool paint scheme. I am not immune to black and purple, sorry. You also have the Sons of the Phoenix, which are totally of Dorn's gene heritage. Totally. Don't even get me started on the Covenant of Fire. Each of these new chapters were created to guard key locations.
I hate it. Nova Marines, Eagle Warriors, these two, I kind of hate it. I kind of hate how the Eagle Warriors, they're like blue and white, and then like on the knee it's just a little bit of green. I don't know. I don't know. Like this one on the right, this one's cool. This one looks cool. This one's fine. This one's fine to me. This is the Nova. This is the Nova space. Oh, I should take a screenshot for her. Hold up. Let me screenshot this real quick. I'm gonna message her. I'm gonna be like, you're a space marine now. Where's my girl? This you. Okay. Hi guys, hi. But I don't know if I like the Nova Marines. I kind of hate the color scheme. I don't know. Is it like red on like the hip? Is that like red or something? Am I blind? Look at the silver skull and tell me which legion they're from. The Iron Warriors? The belt's red? No! Shut up! Wait, so they're blue and white? But then they have a red belt. It's brown. This is how you know I'm colorblind. They're Ultramarines? Can I be real? If you had shown me this shit and went, they're actually they're Ultramarines, I would have been like, I can't fucking tell. I would have been like, fuck you guys, I can't tell. I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, I would have been like, I don't know what I'm fucking looking at. I don't know. What do you mean this shit's a Ultramarine? Especially the one with the green on the knee. I would not have been able to tell. I would have been like, man, nice color scheme, I guess. I don't know what army you're playing. Thanks for the stream. My feed has been filled with cheap clip farmers, so it's nice to see real content. Is this content though? I'm kind of crashing out about like the color schemes. Like, is it the No Company? Okay, I'm gonna be so for reals. If I saw this on someone's board, right? And bear in mind, I don't know what the logos, like, I still can't quite tell what the logos mean. Because obviously I don't remember. Like, I barely remember what I ate for breakfast, right? I don't know what the fucking logos are. The bare minimum I can tell you, I know what the Lamenters logo is. I know what the Imperial Fist logo is. Everything else is like up in the fucking air, right? But like, if I'd gone to like a locals and went up to a guy and went, what are you playing? And they were like, I'm playing Genesis chapter. I'd be like, oh, which like faction are they from? And someone said Ultramarines. I'd be like, what the fuck? They're red though. Like, they're red. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? You know what I mean? I'd be like, I could have sworn you were playing the Blood Angels, but I guess I'm wrong. Oopsie. I mean, even if no one's playing it, they're actually Ultramarine successors, I would lose my shit. I'd be like, oh, okay, goodbye. Where's the emotional support Iron Fist? We need him. He's not here. I left him home in Singapore. I'm sorry. Me with their strawberries. That's so weird. Colors of spectrum. I would not be able to tell anyone. Like, I would not be able to tell what anyone's legions are. That's why I like the Tau and the Tyranids and the Orcs, because I can tell what those are. Everything else, no fucking idea, no clue. Everything else, that shit is up in the air. Like, you're telling me that your blue guy is a space wolf. You know what? Fair. Go off, king. Always look at the shoulder pads, not the colors. The problem is that I'm being so dead ass right now. If anyone told me to look at the shoulder pads, I'd be like, I can't tell what like faction you are, so I'm either happy for you or sad for you. There's no in between. There's like no in between. Can you tell between orc clans? No. No, they're orc clans? What? Okay, I can't tell the fucking orcs either. You know what? The Tyranids are just Tyranids. That's all that's all I'm gonna understand from now on. Everything else, I'm either happy for you or sad for you. Skill issue. Okay, being absolutely for reals, I don't remember if I had breakfast. You think I'm gonna remember like the individual logos? My tism isn't that like advanced yet. My tism is not advanced enough. They have high fleets. Oh my fucking god. I'm not remembering shit. You know what, guys? I recognize the color yellow. Did you have breakfast? I don't know. I don't know. I will from now on I will only commit one thing to memory, and that is that the Lamenters and the Imperial Fists are yellow, and that's it. That's it. Everything else, I will trust whatever you guys say, because I am not learning that shit. Absolutely not. Can I be real? Just look at this. This is a bird head, right? And this is just a whole ass bird. Right? If you had shown me this, I would not be able to tell you the difference. This is also another fucking bird. That's a wing? This is a wing? I thought that was like the bird's head and the bird's like, I don't know, body. No one expects you to know all that stuff. No. You know, if anyone actually expected me to know all this stuff off the top of my head, I would tell them to fuck off. And I'm being so for reals. If anyone was like, oh my god, you don't know like every like Space Marines chapter and their logos, like you're such a tourist, I'd be like, fuck you. Eat a dick. You know? I feel like be so for reals right now. I'm not remembering this at all. Guys, do you remember this stuff? Want to talk about the Minotaur chapter 2 successor? Is that again? Fuck! The Minotaurs are successors of the Death Guard. Death Guard? Yeah, I got it right. No, I didn't get it right. Fuck, I don't know. And we're age restricted. Hell yeah, age restricted. Best. The Iron Warriors. Fuck. I don't think we know. It's actually unclear where they come from. What? So that was a trick question and I failed. Okay. Misinformation. I love how like we're just out here spreading like misinformation. What about the white minotaurs? Where are they from? You know? We gotta ask the Emperor for that, because I don't know, man. The Minotaurs are Iron Warrior successors. I see no join in a problematic type. No, you didn't. I'm crashing out because like the color schemes are tripping me up right now. I am literally like crashing out because the color schemes are confusing the heck out of me. They're created behind Biggie's back. Biggie doesn't know either. Oh my god. That's crazy. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. We're not gonna crash out about this anymore. We're not gonna crash out about this anymore. Like, okay. Sure, tell me the Genesis chapters in Ultramarine Legion. I'll believe you. Wink, wink. Some chapters don't know where they come from. Brother, no one knows where they come from anymore. I don't know where they come from. No one knows where they come from. This is so trippy.
Or serve a specific purpose. Fun little effect of that is, since they are no longer under Gilliman's direct supervision, they ended up developing their own cultures, which made them become something that wasn't just a differently colored ultramarine, which was the fear that a lot of people had in regards to Primaris Marines in the lore. I think the Unnumbered Sons were very interesting, especially with how they interacted after the Crusade with the other chapters that they were going to be brought into. I bring it up a lot, but the Flesh Terrors are just the best and worst things ever for the setting.
Okay.
They hate
why?
the Blood Angels reinforcements they were given. They hate them so much. There is a good short story in the Successors anthology that I would recommend to anyone trying to learn more about their perspectives on matters and how they interact with the greater changes to the Imperium at large. Spoiler alert,
Okay.
it's not f***ing good. So far, I think that the
Why?
Grey Shields are probably one of the more interesting additions to the lore. It shows that brotherhood extends beyond just the blood shared by your gene sire. So seeing all of these Marines interact with each other in such a rowdy but friendly way, it just makes the setting more human. For 8-foot-tall demigods, sometimes there can be a bit of a missing key element, and that
Is this like Avengers Endgame but like Space Marines then? Where they all like come together and they're all like besties now? Is that it? Or am I being stupid right now? Depends on the chapter. The opposite? No. Oh, it's the opposite? Okay. Absolutely not. Okay. So I am grossly misunderstanding this then. Hell yeah. Did Black Templars lost their shit with the Primaris tried to kill him on the spot? Oh, okay. So it's basically that but like murderous then. I kind of love that for them. Let's go. Murder baby. Gang gang. I mean, I guess like I guess no one gets along. But then again, like in this universe, I guess no one gets along, so what the hell?
that is that oh so crucial part known as humanity. I like them and I understand why people don't like them. But if I could get on my soapbox real quickly and preach as to why it's kind of important for Space Marines to display an element of humanity, I know it's not much of a hot take to say I enjoy it when my stories can appeal to my sense of morality and humanity rather than just show cool shit that I have no personal emotions about, unless it's Baki. I really like Baki. When it comes
I love
to
Baki too, it's
displaying
crazy.
human emotions in Space Marines, it gives me something to latch onto. The Black Templars are one of the most inhuman Space Marine legions, treating some humans as less than dirt to them, but seeing them more as a thing that needs to be served rather than just a person that they can empathize with. But when it comes to books like Hell's Reach, where you see Merrick Grimaldus, the main character, empathizing with a human and struggling to do so because it's not coded in the Astartes' way of thinking, it gives me an understanding of how they feel. I understand seeing someone go through a very tragic incident and not knowing what to say and simply avoiding it. And that's why I like the Unnumbered Sons. There are many moments in this where they don't understand the world around them, but they're constantly trying to. They're trying to adapt to a world that has gone crazy in the time since they were in cryosleep. Before I leave, I'll give you one good example of that from the book, rather than just, gushing about Hell's Reach for the 1000th time. Towards the end of the Indomitus Crusade, when Gilliman announced that he was going to be dispersing the Unnumbered Sons to various different chapters and sending some to reinforce currently existing chapters, the news came down and it was mixed in terms of responses. Some were going to the chapter that they wanted to. The Dark Angels representation in Dark Imperium was going to the Dark Angels.
Yeah.
The Blood Angel was going to the Blood Angels.
Okay,
but
that makes sense, I
they
guess.
all had this pang of, I have fought with these individuals for about 100 years now. I'm going to have to abandon them and probably never see them again. So there's this constant minor pang of sadness, but acceptance that you're going into a new chapter in your life. And it comes to a head when someone who I've already talked about on this channel, Bjarni, is told that he is not going to where he wanted to. He's not going back to Fenris to see his homeworld. He's going to a new location and never seeing the Space Wolves again. Well, until the next book, but that's neither here nor there. Watch my Bjarni video, it's good. So there are these constant weird powder keg moments where they get what they want, they don't get what they want, and they're very relatable and very human, which, say what you want about Space Marines being inhuman monsters, I think it makes it a story worth reading about, and it makes it a faction worth learning about.
I feel bad for the guy. Wait, what book was it? Can someone like remind me again later? I will forget. That's why I'm asking for reminders. But I want to read it. No, the poor guy. What do you mean he wanted to go home and they were like, fuck you, don't go home. I'm sad now. Dark Imperium. Chat. Is Warhammer gonna make me cry again? Seriously, watch Hell's Reach. I have to because I am like, you know, like in a corpo, I have to reach out to the Hell's Reach people to see if like I can get permission to do it. So we're waiting on that. We're waiting on that right now. That's it. Flawless host. Ooh. Are we ready for this?
As a part of the content I'm making for members only, I will say I'm going to be stretching this one out quite a lot, because the chapter I'm covering today does not have a lot of information on them, and what I could find isn't really that plentiful. So, using the topic of today's discussion, I am going to more discuss an interesting topic around them rather than about them. So what do I mean?
Okay.
Well, if I were to give a cute little thesis statement, I think it would be, it's important for even gods to have a backup plan. So, speaking of being second best, let's talk about the chapter for today, and how they probably have nothing to do with the Emperor's children, but I can make a case for it. Also, I had to fill this slot anyhow, and since the Emperor's children haven't gotten an update as of me writing this, I, don't have many options. So, who are we discussing today? The Flawless Host, a warband of Chaos Space Marines dedicated to Slaanesh. They used to be called the Shining Blades, which is a topic I always found interesting, tracing the lineage of a Space Marine chapter all along its path to damnation. Who were the Shining Blades before they became the Flawless Host? We don't know much. I know there was a short story that I tried to find online, but had a weirdly tough time locating. And everything I could find out, they were a very, very, very proud chapter of Space Marines. Very likely from the stock of Gilliman.
By the way, can I just say, I know people were like, why are you reading like the Horus Heresy stuff first? It's because there's actually like a flowchart that shows you how you should read it. That's the only reason why I'm starting with the Horus Heresy stuff first. It's because there's a flowchart, so I have like a general understanding of how I should be reading it, as opposed to like reading whatever other book. Because can I be real? I stood in the bookstore. By the way, my friend was like, we can take you to Barnes and Nobles to buy books, and I'm like, fuck, maybe. But I was standing there like looking up like the order in which I should read the books, like which book comes first, and the wiki confused the fuck out of me. So I was like, you know, screw everything. I'm just gonna read I'm just gonna read according to like the flowchart. Even if like the flowchart is like really ridiculous, I'm still gonna do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. The only thing is that I tried to read it on the flight, but then I was like, I have to keep like flipping through the flipping through, like, because they do have like a glossary at the start that shows you like who is this guy and what is this guy, right? Which path am I following? I mean, I'm still on like what's it called? Horus Rising. And I have to keep flipping between like the glossary and everything, because I'm like, I don't know who this person is. So I've just been like really like trying my best to keep up with it. But actually, maybe I should just like throw caution to the wind and just like read the book as is and not really remember who's who, because I guess it's not that important. Main Horus path, are you planning on following a certain army? Imperial Fists. The only reason why I want to follow the Imperial Fist path first is because there's so many books. It's bound to get expensive eventually. So I'm going to only read the ones that I actually like the factions I actually like first, before I even consider spending money on like literally anything else. You know? Cause like, oh my god, between buying models and buying the books, it's over for me. It's over for my wallet. Can we host a funeral for it? Yeah, so anyways, I'm hosting a funeral for my, okay, so Garviel Loken was not in the glossary. And when they introduced him, I got confused. I was like, is this guy like the POV that I'm like supposed to be following? And then I realized he was, and I couldn't find his name in the glossary, so I was like, who the fuck is this? Yeah. So anyways, I will be hosting a funeral for my wallet. Please show up to leave a flower. That shit did. It's kind of badass. I was like, I'm enjoying it so far, but I think that part, like, it confused me a little, because I was like, I wasn't entirely sure whose, like, POV this entire book was written in. Yeah, Walletkun's burial. He's the captain of the Sons of Horus. He wasn't in the stupid glossary. I was looking for him. I was like, who is this man? But also, I'm still at the start of the book, right? And, like, the Emperor kind of did a fucky wucky, huh? Like, I'm just saying, one of the most important characters, he's not in the glossary, so I got very confused. Before you guys get mad and be like, oh, what do you mean you don't know who this character is? He's so important in the books. I'm still very far ahead in the book. I'm not deep into the book. That's why I don't know who's who. The start of the book doesn't explain who the narrator is, like whose POV it is. So it got a little bit confusing. The first Horus Heresy book should be really cheap to get. Yeah. They're not bad. So I'm good with reading those. I think like as it gets like more expensive, I'm probably gonna like start dropping out. But yeah. The arc he goes through throughout the series is so good. Yeah. I'm gonna keep reading it and I'll let you guys know my thoughts. But so far, all I can say is the Emperor really did a fucky wucky, huh? Yeah. That's my only thought so far is, man, he screwed up. Ooh. Anyways, are you ready? In 3, 2, 1.
The reason why I say it was Gilliman is because descendant chapters of the Ultramarines are usually incredibly different from the actual Ultramarines. Imperial Fists are, for the most part, always stoic to some degree, and so are their descendants. The Blood Angels are vampires. It's kind of hard to not know what is a descendant chapter of the Blood Angels. And the Raven Guard always tried to be at least sneaky or spooky or both. But from the documented cases of them in the lore, you could make the case that they may have actually been from Loyalist Emperor's children gene stock. Or at least when they were Loyalist. The reason being is linked with their stated demeanor and the reason they fell. They were listed as being hyper-arrogant, believing they were the best, the most flawless martial combatants in the universe.
Okay.
They fought and fought and fought, proving they were the best. And one day, some people on a planet they had conquered did not show them the reverence that they believed they deserved.
Can I just say, this pink is very e-girl core, and if anyone could tell me how to achieve that shade of pink, please let me know. The e-girl Chaos Space Marines would be very funny. Fulgrim pink? Is it just Fulgrim pink? I thought Fulgrim pink was more like pink. This one's like a little more like, I don't know, like pastel pink, if that makes sense. So I quite like it. E-girl pink Marines. I'm just saying, right? Who's gonna steal my shit? Right? The Emperor's children singular superpowers they have through their gene seeds that they know as details that even Space Marines miss, which is the thing I love about them. Oh. It's like rose colored, right? Oh, white base but more thin pink. Okay, got it. Like, oh, the lucky thing is that like the Warhammer locals that I'm going to right now, people are nice enough. They have told me that if I want to borrow like primer, borrow primer to like spray paint my my Space Marines, I can, because I was stressing about what I should do if I buy like a whole thing of primer, and then like I can't bring that on the plane. So I was a little like, oh, do I just throw like the entire thing out? Like that'd be kind of a waste. But then they were like, if you want to borrow it, you can, or you can just give it to us like when you're done with it. I was like, oh hell yeah, party. Blood Ravens have probably already robbed you while you were talking, bro. At this point, we're all getting our ass beat by the Space Marines. So
Which sounds almost identical to like 90% of Slaaneshi Emperor's children stories up to this point. Hell, Lucius the Eternal himself turned double traitor just because the side he was on wasn't saying he was the best of all of them. So, the Shining Blades, insulted by the indignance of someone saying, hey, you're not perfect, ended up murdering the entire planet in such a flawless display of indulgence that they kinda caught the eye of Slaanesh, which is really hard to do for some reason. It's easy to kind of get the attention of some of the gods on a person-to-person basis, like the Black Legion. They have a bunch of individual worshipping characters. So you have a Khorne Berserker, is a guy who worships Khorne and gains favor from Khorne. You have a Tzeentch Sorcerer who worships Tzeentch and gets favor from Tzeentch. But for an entire warband to be seen and gain some degree of favor from an individual god is pretty rare from my readings. So they killed a planet, became a new group called the Flawless Host. They have a few quirks that make them a little bit more like the Emperor's children as well. Like, for one, the most known thing about them is the ludicrous amount of combat stims they use in order to be the best at combat in any situation. Be it siphoned tyrannid adrenaline or stolen friend zone from an Eversor assassin, they will crank it all up to 11 and then go into combat. Probably a little twitchy. I mean, far be it from me to judge, but the last thing I want to do in a combat scenario is be lost in a fucking K-hole and know that within 20 minutes, if I don't finish up what I'm doing, I'm going to probably get lost in DT City. Ultra Coke.
I don't even know what he just said. I don't know what that means. What the fuck is that? That's not Buggy the Clown, is it? I don't know who that is. I'm scared.
Fiend behavior aside, they also have a weird propensity to, instead of raiding worlds and supply caches, they deadass just conquer them, tearing them to pieces and just putting them under their own rule by the end of it. probably turning it into a massive fucking trap house to make the super coke they need to survive. It's kind of interesting. I think their armor paint scheme is very good as well. It's definitely a good Slaaneshi style paint scheme. The pink that has the corrupting dark purple coming up on its side.
Actually, like this. I like this color scheme. I think that if you had said that this was Slaanesh, makes sense. That makes sense to me. Oh, I have no idea what that is. Is that like an American like cartoon? Cause like I definitely have never heard of that before. But I like this color scheme though. Like if you had said that this was like Slaaneshi, like Slaanesh corruption, I'd be like, yep, understandable. Have a nice day. Tyranids. I don't know what that is. Metal Apocalypse. Never heard of that. Ever. Adult Swim cartoon from back in the day. Oh, I've heard of that, but I don't know what Adult Swim is.
It's pretty cool. So this leads me to kind of discuss my point from earlier, but in my mind, there are 4 patron legions for the Chaos Gods. The Death Guard, the World Eaters, the Thousand Sons, and the Emperor's Children. Each of them exemplify the key features, or at least some of the key features of the Chaos God they worship. But what if I told you, in the lore, the Chaos Gods had backups for all of these? I'm not kidding. I did research, and this may be a bit of a cracked theory, and it's probably incorrect, but the Chaos Gods have a second favored chapter after each one of the original legions. For Nurgle, it's the Purge, exemplifying the eradication of life through disease.
No, that makes sense.
For Khorne, it's the Brazen Beasts, becoming obsessed with making more and more demon engines to slaughter for the Blood God. For Tzeentch, it's the Scourged, plagued with visions they do not want, but use them to great advantage.
Why do they all have like the weird ball thing though? Like, what is that weird ball thing? Chaos power packs. The backpacks? Oh, they're backpacks? You know, I don't know why I didn't think that they were like they were backpacks. I just wondered why there's like balls on their back. It's a vent. Oh, I think the Nurgle one looks the coolest so far. I think the rest, I'm ambivalent towards the rest, but I think the Nurgle one looks the coolest. Right? They're cooling backpacks. Oh, so we're being like function over form now. I see. The advanced normal Marines have it too. The normal Marines have like the balls. I don't think so, right? Do they? Do they?
And if you couldn't tell, I'm angling that the second favored chapter of Slaanesh is the Flawless Host. They have that air about them where Slaanesh is gassing them up but giving them room to breathe in order to see if they might be more worthy than the Emperor's Children. I mean, the 3rd Legion still has fucking Fulgrim, that nasty-ass stinky bitch, but the Flawless Host has some of the weirdest drug binge murder fuckfests that have ever occurred in this setting under their belt, which, by Slaanesh's mere existence, is kind of insane to think about. I think it would make sense because of how the great game proceeds. Basically, all of the Chaos Gods go from place to place and play the same game, picking champions and trying to wipe out the other's forces, in order to obtain more power, of course. So logically, it would make sense to have an already gassed up second in command ready to charge into Dr. Feelgood by the Motley Crew, playing as loud as possible from the biggest speakers imaginable. I think it's a cracked theory, like I said, that is probably incorrect. But it's one of my favorites. It all goes back to the old Einstein quote of God does not play dice. I mean, he was more referring to the lack of existence of God, but it does apply here to some degree with the gods stacking the deck in their favor as best they can. That's kind of just a theory. So the Flawless Host are a heavily martially inspired chapter
Oh, I hate
with a
that
focus
color scheme.
on melee combat and being the best at everything.
Okay.
A surgical strike rather than a massive explosive. Their paint scheme is really cool. They're a Slaneshi Legion that isn't the Emperor's Children, and a lot of people don't really like the Emperor's Children, so if you want to have a second choice, they are there. And I just think they're cool. There's a few third-party models that people show off online and a few kit bashes that people have been showing that I think are really interesting.
Can I just say, I honestly, as much as I love the color, like the pink color of it, I don't like the Emperor's Children. I don't know if I can ever like them. So it's a little like, ooh. Yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. Wait, that's third party? I don't know. I think they said it was third party, but I'm not entirely sure. Check their new models. I think it's just more like I can't get interested in the Emperor Children. Like, what was that one Dreadnought like short that we no, was it short? No. What was that one like Dreadnought like short story that we watched where he like blew up Fulgrim, where he basically said fuck you to Fulgrim and blew up? I like that one. So because of that, I don't know if I can support the Emperor's Children like at all. Right, Lenore? Yeah. He's so baby. He's so baby. I love him. He's like 10 out of 10. Oh, yeah. Because of that, I'm like, man, fuck the Emperor's Children. Good night, Dagon. Thank you for being here. Thank you. And if you guys are going to bed, good night, guys. Good night. We're here watching. So far we're 2 hours into the stream, and we've watched a sixth of this video. Yeah, Rylanor and Isfan 3. I love him. I cried. I want you to know, I cried for that man. I know he is Emperor's Children. He's like the last loyal one, but like, it's because even he made the choice to blow up his Primarch that I can't. You know, that I can't like. I just can't get into the Emperor's Children just cause, you know, he made me cry. I was so sad. Dude, should we build like our own like Rylanor and just like keep him on a shelf forever so he'll never have to blow up any, and so he'll always live like a nice life? You hate the Chaos Emperor's Children? Yeah. I just like Rylanor and that's it. That's the only one that I like so far. I love him. I cried for him. I cried when he said fuck you to Fulgrim. I was so sad for him. I love that man.
That's just me. Do you want to play a chapter that does not have extreme mainstream appeal while still appealing to one of the 4 Chaos Gods? Do you want to be the best at playing sword fight? Do you want to take every drug known to man and then wake up an hour later still wanting more?
Ooh.
Then maybe the Flawless Host is best for you.
No.
So in doing this, I kind of have to skirt the line from time to time on what is a successor chapter and what isn't. So the successors today are from the Ultramarines, but god damn do they have one hell of an aesthetic similarity to the Iron Warriors. It was actually a theory for a long time that they are actually successors to the Iron Warriors, but in this case, unfortunately, the mystery was ruined by James Workshop himself in the modern interpretations of the chapter.
Workshop?
Is that going to stop me from placing them in this spot for the Iron Warrior successor as an excuse to cover multiple Ultramarine successors in one go? No. No, it will not. I quite fucking enjoy blueberries, and I will eat as many as I damn well please. So to start off, why the fuck do they look like the Iron Warriors? And to discuss my main theory on this, I'm going to give you a quick biology lesson. See, once upon a time, I was in fact involved in biology, specifically vertebrate paleontology. And one of my favorite topics in the entire field is a very simple concept known as convergent evolution.
I'm just saying, dinosaur love hotel. Did you see summer reveals? Oh, let me go look it up. The summer reveals. Let me go see. Warhammer summer reveal. I didn't actually see it. Like, people told me secondhand, but I didn't know. Is it? It's wait. The 1 hour for 40-minute long one? That one? This one? You guys say ew, but you're wrong. Okay. Oh, 13 minutes of it is just like, it's just like, okay, hold up. Do we watch this at like 2 times speed?
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are very excited to welcome you today to the big summer Warhammer preview. My name is Adam Troke. I'm joined by my friend and colleague Eddie Eccles, and it's our delight to host this show.
Yeah, very excited. We have a big preview today. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of Warhammer. We've got stuff from all sorts of different settings, from 140,000 Age of Sigmar, some Horus Heresy in the mix there as well. There's a little bit of stuff for everybody, it's fair to say.
Should I skip ahead?
Let's talk about how it's going to work a little bit. If you're new, maybe this is your first Warhammer preview.
I can't find the
We are
website.
your hosts, but we are not alone. We have the excellent Simon Grant sat over there in Question Corner. Simon, what are you doing today?
Hey folks, so welcome to the show. I'm
Why didn't they put his full name? Why is he just SI?
going to be filling questions on behalf of Eddie and Adam. So if you do have any questions that you'd like to ask them, please start your question with question in big letters, capital letters at the start.
You know what?
of
We're
your
just
comments,
gonna skip
and I will
ahead
do my
to the
best
cool
to
bits.
chat them, and hopefully we'll get an opportunity later on the show to ask Eddie and Adam those questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Few minutes worth of like wall-to-wall Warhammer content in this big summer Warhammer preview.
Okay.
We should probably look to begin.
Yeah, let's get stuck into
Yeah,
it.
can you?
Right, so
Let's
He's
begin.
a little bit peculiar, but just bear with, okay?
okay, cool.
Okay. What is this locked door? What? Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, I'm ambivalent. I'm ambivalent. He's just a guy. Oh. The Votan provides.
Just two little dudes on a road trip.
Just
What an incredible
two
set
guys
of
on a
reveals
road
for
trip.
the
They're
Leagues
so
of
they're
Votan.
so right.
Yeah, so this is the largest release for the Leagues of Votan since the initial release of the army. This is a huge expansion, all in plastic for that force. There is new heavy infantry, there's some new artillery, there's loads of new really characterful characters to add into the army, there's some new vehicles, all sorts of stuff. So
I mean,
there's,
I don't
the
think
kind of
I'll
shot
ever
of the
play the
full
Votan.
army there, but let's
I
take a
enjoy
closer
this,
look
but I don't think
at
I'll
some of
actually
the
buy it.
specific models,
know?
specific units to being added into the force. We'll start with the Arcanist Evaluator.
I like this guy though.
Yeah, so within the Leagues of Votan, they're not afraid of developing technology and expanding their understanding. And so an Arcanist Evaluator is
Do
kind
we want to
of,
listen to this, guys? Do you
aside
think
from
we,
the
do
ordinary
you think we should
kin
listen to
within
this?
sort of the war bands that operate, he's a member of the science guilds that are responsible for new technologies, and he brings to battle
me see if we can find it.
an experimental
The low
weapon
price
for
of
the closing phases of
2,500
development.
USD,
This is a
brother. I have
transmatter inverter.
$30.
It's a cool name.
Yeah, it's got 4 fire modes, and on the highest one, it literally
Warhammer
triggers
Summer
lethal
Reveal.
atomic transformations. What that means is death.
Yeah, so he's taken out his new experimental weapon basically to the battlefield to see if it is, as he suspects, powerful enough to melt Space Marines, tanks, or Tyranid monsters, whatever he happens to come up against.
Pretty much yes to the
Pretty
above.
much yes to all of the above. He's not part of the official sort of Leagues of Votan military hierarchy, so he doesn't join your units necessarily, but he kind of hangs around in your army next to them, and he's got
Wait,
kind of
hold
low
up.
not predictable.
Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. If you guys, we just got a raid on Twitch. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Miwabelle. Gage has no wife. That is, I'm sorry, Gage. I always feel bad for that. But also, thank you. Welcome in. We're just looking at the summer Warhammer preview. Thinking about like if I want to get into this. Like, I don't know if I'll actually purchase any of the Votan stuff. I don't know. Maybe just the one guy, because I do like the Arcanist Evaluator. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you so much, Farfa, for the raid. Is that Votan? It is Votan. 07 editor? Yup. But yeah, thank you so much. If you guys on YouTube don't know who Farfa is, he is the man himself who plays Yu-Gi-Oh! I know, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy fucking game to play. Why are we playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Question mark. So you're surprised to see you in MBT's video? I know, it's like the cross. It truly was the crossover. Like, isn't this that Warhammer person? Why are they in my straight man video? Yeah, like it was a ton of fun. It was a ton of fun, and you know, once again, thank you to MBT for like asking me. Straight up, right? The first time he asked me, I just gotten off the plane from like Indianapolis, right? And then when he asked me for the judging part, I just gotten off the plane. Like, I just got on the plane back home from Atlanta. So as soon as I got home, like off the plane, I recorded the judging, went asleep. Those first straight, what? Are they? They're so straight that when I asked them for a hot guy card, they picked Men on Fire. I just remember MBT calling you 30 viewer Celestial streamer. I'm just saying, if you want Celestial's content, I went to a tournament and got my ass beat. That's why I have only 30 viewers, because no one wants to watch a girl get her ass beat at Celestials. Come on, man. Dude, it was so dumb. It was so fucking good. Like, 8 in the morning. The tournament starts at 9, 8 in the morning. My friend is like, you should take part in the tournament. It'd be fun. You get to hang out with your friends. I didn't see one of those fuckers all day because they were in the top cut and I was like losing. I was losing out of my fucking bum. It was so bad. Gage. No, Gage is a bestie. I didn't mean to roast him, okay? I did not mean to roast that man. He is 0x. No, I went like 2-5 because no one would tell me how to drop from the tournament. I wanted to drop as soon as I hit like X, like as soon as I hit like 2-3, and nobody would tell me anything. No one would tell me how to drop from a tournament. I never participated in a tournament before. And I was like, oh my god, can someone like free me? And everyone was like, no, there's only like, you only have like two more, what was it? You only have like 2 more, games to play through. And I was like, fuck, okay. Gage Maidenless. Did he play Space Marines too? Did Gage play Space Marines too? No. He calls you his Oshi, but he has Stimpack Discord stickers. Exactly. That's how you know that man is not loyal. Therefore, actually, no, I think I take it back. I don't regret minusing a point now. I'm not his #1 Oshi. That's crazy. You guys were right. We should have taken off another point because he doesn't use the Miwa. He doesn't use like the Miwa Discord tag. You're my Oshi. Thank you, Dyer. Get his ass. Oh my god. This is some max level disloyalty. Can you teach Gage how to play Uma Musume? Does he want me to teach him? What's an Oshi? An Oshi is the streamer that you support. Yeah, that's your goat. And I'm not his like #1 goat. That's crazy. I gave him merch. We shared a White Claw together, and he's like, you're all right. My #1 Oshi is someone else. Like, that's fucked up. We shared a White Claw. I'm just saying. We gotta kill Gage. No, let's not kill Gage. That's my bestie right there. That is literally my bestie. I'd have to call Yoshi someone if I share a White Claw with him. Exactly. I was gonna give him like points because we shared a White Claw together too. I'm just saying. Over a White Claw, bro. Exactly. Like, we shared a White Claw. We're like bestie tier. Better that he's honest, too many two-faced people. No, not like that. He truly is a bestie though, but yeah. Okay. Dude, I kind of want to get this guy. I think he's funny, but I have no idea. I got Oshi zoned. Do you know that man said that I am not Latina enough for him? It's kind of fucked up. I'm just saying. So, like... So, apparently not only am I not his Oshi, I am also not Latina enough for him. Ignoring the fact that I'm Asian... The fact that I'm not Latina enough for him is fucked up and crazy and evil and like absolutely unbased. Wait, you're not Latina? I'm quite literally Asian. Yeah, we're watching the reveal. From what I understand, there is what is it? There are like Imperial Fists that got revealed, but I'm not entirely sure. Also, thank you everyone on Twitch for all of the follows. Thank you. I super appreciate it. Don't worry, the Latin community will still accept you. I might get canceled. I might get canceled. You can be Latino if you try, bestie. I believe in you. I think I might get canceled, guys. There was one Imperial Fist that got revealed. It's an hour in. We're 19 minutes. Oh, God. How far ahead do we skip, guys? Like, I'm not gonna lie. The rest of the models are cool, but I don't know. It's closer to the end. Oh, they hate me. Oh, they fucking hate me. That's why they put my boy at the end. Oh, I think I see yellow. Hold up. Do we skip ahead here? Wait, is that Conrad Kurz? Stop. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead here. What is that? Is that a book? No. How many tangents do I plan to have? Yes. Dumb question. Is Warhammer like chess? I know you move figures on a game board. It is not. It is not. It's a new book. Oh, I kind of want to get it. If you want to blitz it, okay. I'll check it. I'll check it later. The way I have things set up, it's gonna be very awkward if I do that. There is a chess Warhammer game though, real. I'm excited. Ooh. Okay, are we ready? We're gonna keep it going in 3, 2, 1. I keep hiccuping. Oh my god.
Set in the ashes of the Imperium. It's a perfect title. The Horus
we
Heresy
read
is ended.
this?
The Emperor is mortally wounded, enshrined upon the Golden Throne. The War Master is dead. The forces of
Everyone's
the traitor
fucking
legions
dead.
are in full retreat. What happens next? So this series begins essentially at that premise. And here we have a very understandable confrontation between a battered and damaged Rogel Dawn and Rabute Gilliman, who has arrived pristine with reinforcements. And as you can see, they're at loggerheads already. Black Library are super excited for us to be announcing this today, because this is the culmination of a lot of work and effort between a really sort of carefully assembled cabal of writers and creatives that have been plotting out a multi-book series, which we're going to see play out over several years. I'm really, really excited by this.
I think
I
you were
feel
saying
like this would be a
to me
good
earlier
book,
on, there's
though.
kind of like 3
I am
core themes
excited.
out there that's being explored through this.
So in a nutshell, and without spoiling anything for those of you who want to enjoy it, I promise you spoiler free. There are 3 principal themes. Theme number 1 is what happens with the legions Astartes, right? They essentially caused all of this, or their brothers have. They've ruined the work of the Great Crusade. The Imperium is in tatters. What is the place for the Space Marine legions in the wake of this catastrophe? For the traitor legions, the second of these sort of perspectives, the War Master is dead. Their whole purpose for doing this has now failed. The Chaos Gods withdraw some of their power. So suddenly they thought they were onto a good thing, and now they're relatively alone and at sea. How do they survive? How do they regroup? the third group is, in my opinion, maybe the most compelling, which is what of humanity, right? They've just watched these demigods wage war across the Imperium, ruin everything, destroy
Okay,
the
I'm
Emperor's
pretty
great
sure
works.
this is
The
in the
Emperor is
model. Let me
mortally
skip
wounded.
ahead
How do
to where
they
the model
respond?
is.
How
I
does
saw yellow and I
humanity,
got excited.
rally, and
Oh,
how
hold
does it
up.
perceive the place
I'm gonna
of
skip
the
ahead. I'm gonna skip ahead.
Right, this is Vulcan Heston. So this is
Ooh.
a model returning that has previously been in metal and resin and is now in plastic. Vulcan Heston is a
Ooh.
famed hero of the Salamanders
Wait.
chapter, and his particular mission is to scour the galaxy looking for the relics left by his Primarch, the namesake Vulcan. He wears some of those relics himself,
Oh,
so
that
he
looks
is equipped with an
cool.
artificer suit of
Oh, I
armor.
like that.
He is carrying a
like that a lot.
handheld heavy flamer and a blade of Vulcan that crackles with magma fire and is able to slice through enemy warriors.
Okay, I like it. I think the top bit would give me a ton of anxiety because if that shit broke, I'd cry. But I like it. I think this is really cool.
He's also walking through flames, just in case you weren't sure he was as cool as he can be. He's just walking through the fire there as well. He is probably the most iconic Salamanders character that
Just glue it
exists
back
in
on.
Warhammer 40,000.
I don't think
And
you'll
it's great to see
understand.
him in plastic. He has a couple of head options. You can have helmeted or unhelmeted.
Health and safety first.
both
I
of them-
actually like the unhelmeted version. Like I don't know. What do you guys think? I like the unhelmeted version. Just glue it back on. You don't understand that if I broke it, I'd probably lie down on the floor in fetal position and cry for a bit before gluing it back on. Both are good. I don't know. I kind of fuck with the unhelmeted version a little bit more. Like, I'm not saying the helmet isn't cool, but there's just something that's so like war, like grizzled and like I've been through a war about the unhelmeted version. Is he a hot guy since fire? No. When I say I want a hot guy, I don't mean a man that's literally on fire, chat. Magnetized carrying cases help protect models. I saw them in person and I was like, that's so cool. I was so excited for it. I was like, oh my god. Like, these are real. People actually use it. I was like pogging nonstop at the store. I was like, oh, crazy. I love it. It's a crazy glow up. So it looks, yeah, I honestly do think that like the scars on his face kind of sell the model a little bit more for me. I don't hate it with the helmet. I just think it looks a little cooler.
Them look very, very cool indeed. He is only one of the 5 new Space Marine
Yeah,
characters. on the
next
way.
up we have a very iconic and well-known hero returning in a new incarnation. Darnath Lysander, first captain of the
Okay,
first
bro
company,
needs
I
a
probably
helmet.
should say, of the Imperial
hate me.
Fists chapter. He's been remade in the sort of new Terminator armor style that we saw for the first time.
Yeah,
in
the same scale as the ones
absolutely.
in the recent Warhammer 40,000.
And he
box
is
set.
a substantial man in that armor. He has an enormous
needs the
storm
helmet.
shield. He's carrying that incredible looking thunder
Might be the
hammer.
best storm shield in Warhammer.
But it looks
It's
cool
up there, it's
though.
right up
It's up
there,
there.
yeah. I think the Lion might argue with you, but we're talking top 3, right? Yeah, everything you'd expect from this iconic hero of the Imperial Fists chapter.
Nice to see a helmeted option in there.
Yeah, absolutely. They're taking the.
If you don't want to paint a face, and sometimes you just want to get on the battlefield nice and fast.
No,
yeah,
bro
I mean,
needs
if
the
it wasn't
helmet.
yellow, I don't know. I might find it easy to paint the flesh, to be honest.
Okay, I do really fuck with the shield though. That shield is fire. The fist helmet, the fist hammer, very cool. There's a lot that I like about this. I kind of want it. I don't know. Should I get it? It looks like it'd be a bitch to paint. That's the issue. It does look like Calder Drago. It does look like Calder Drago, I'm not gonna lie, but if there's one thing I really like the most, the thing that I like the most about this is the top bit that goes Dorn. I think that's really sick. Don't you like his little mohawk? No. No. Okay. Okay, when they model the faces like this, what style is it? Is it like the 80s or like the 90s? Like the 90s like styling? Or like the 90s way of like doing art, right? You know what I'm talking about? When I was like a kid, my parents had a Captain America like piggy bank in the style of that. And that shit scared the fuck out of me as a child. Because they put it in like the corner of the room and like if I get up at night, I'd see it like haunting me, right? So I just don't like faces that look like that. If that makes sense. That shit's scary to me. Yeah. Captain America in this art style gave me nightmares. And now when I see like models with that art style, I'm like, I don't know. I don't like it. But no, this shit is so cool. Definitely needs a helmet.
He is not the only. There are 5 of them altogether. So next up we have Kanok Var, a new character for the Iron Hands chapter. This is the
Iron Hands.
captain of the Averni clan.
Yeah. The equivalent to your kind of captain of the first company.
Yeah.
Again, a Terminator in the same scale as the recent new Terminator kits. Some really lovely little features on here, really leaning into the kind of Iron Hands lore. You've got lots of nods towards his
The club is cool.
technological know-how and their kind of alliance with the
club is cool,
the
but
Adeptus
Iron
Mechanicus.
Hands.
Yeah, he's got sort of servo skulls attached by data tethers, sort of conjuring information. Look at the one on the bottom right-hand corner. He looks like he's projecting a Fortress of Redemption.
Yeah, he's got like a little holograph of perhaps a building that they're planning to besiege.
And,
or something.
I think my favourite thing on this model is actually the power maul, which is shaped after a Tetsubo, not a weapon I'm used to seeing, and it just really works on this guy. Sort of straightforward, practical, extremely brutal.
Yeah.
Next up, and I think for many people this will be the sort of
This one's cool, guys.
the model which fires your imagination, the Raven Guard.
Oh, I
chapter
like
master.
this
Absolutely
one.
love this guy. So the new chapter master of the Raven Guard. And you might be saying, Eddie, they already have a chapter master. What happened to Shrike? Shrike has led the Raven Guard for some years, but has decided that actually his place is better in the shadows
I like
as
this
the
one so
captain of
much.
stealth assaults, and he has left Etheon Shan to lead the Raven Guard as their figurehead and their commander. And the miniature is absolutely phenomenal. We very recently had Logan Grimnar released. I think only this last weekend, and this continues the
This
tradition
looks
of having
really good.
just an
This is,
absolutely
like,
phenomenally cool looking
aura as
chapter
fuck.
master miniature.
Yeah, he's redolent in sort of the imagery of the Raven Guard chapter that you'd expect to see. There's those sort of tassels that sort of dangle.
Okay, so I don't know if I like it. If I want to put the helmet on it, because I think that the hood and the hair peeking out like kind of adds to it, but then I have the same issue with the face. But honestly, this is so cool. I'd probably keep the hood on, like the hood and the hair. You know, I actually really like this though. What the fuck? That is sick as fuck. The way that the I don't know what it's called, but the fabric, like the red fabric that's like drooping down, I think that's really fucking sick. I don't know how I paint it. This is probably something I'd have to hire someone to paint for me, but
From him with the sort of secret
That's
runic script
fucking
of deliverance.
sick,
He's
dude.
got feathers and fetishes.
Look at those
and
claws.
He's got 3 head options. Aethon Shan is a really just tremendous centerpiece model, and I think the Raven Guard fans out there are going to be delighted
Yay,
by what
that's
he
me.
presents. And there's one more.
oh,
Subodin Khan. He is the first captain of the White Scars chapter, so he leads its first company on this
No,
just
I
mighty
prefer the
looking,
previous one.
grav bike. It's got a Gatling
I
cannon
falsely
mounted into
prefer
the
the
front.
previous one.
He's just the perfect embodiment of that White Scars hero huntsman archetype.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. There's all sorts of beautiful Chigorian details on him there. You can see the kind of pattern on the front of the jet bike is very reminiscent of some of their heresy era designs on their dreadnoughts and things like that. We've got the model with us in a second. We're going to have a kind of a look at it, but there's some beautiful detail on the back. He's got kind of Chigorian shields and sheaths and decapitated enemy heads and stuff like that. It's just the most White
wait, the
Scars
hover
looking
bike
thing
does look
you've
sick,
ever
though.
seen. It fits beautifully in an army if you've got lots of outriders and fast-moving stuff.
No, you're actually kind
It's
of
been,
right.
it's been quite a long wait for the White Scars
Yeah,
to have
absolutely.
a character on a bike,
the
and
characters
it's
have
well worth
traditionally
it.
had to walk, haven't they? So not anymore.
I do like it.
Really beautiful.
It's growing on me.
How do I get my hands on these? You say there's some questions to answer there. There's a series of combat patrols coming out. Listen carefully, and I'll explain the one piece of nuance to this. Subodin Khan is in the White Scars combat patrol. You see it
I
here.
love
it's
that,
3
like,
outrider
pink.
bikes, an intercessor assault squad, a transport, and Subodin Khan. He will be available separately.
I love that
not
tank
that
so
long
much.
after the
Oh my
release of this
God.
combat patrol. He's the only one of these new heroes that comes inside a combat patrol. The others are available separately, but here are the combat patrols that come out with them. So you have an Imperial Fist combat patrol, just full of heavily armored Imperial Fist troops. You've got Terminators and a command group, and it just looks wonderful. Next up, Iron Hands, heavy.
Chat. Chat. Is it time? Is it time for my wallet to die? Is it over for us, guys? Dude, the Imperial Fist banner guy is so cool. I love it. I really love it. Oh my god, I'm so excited. What is this? Wait, the Imperial Fist banner guy makes me so happy. I'm like, I really want this. You like them that much? I love them. It is really cool. When is it coming out though? If it's coming out while I'm still in America, great. If it's coming out when I'm in like when I'm back in Asia, it's over for me. I'm thinking bankruptcy. Every day, I look at myself in the mirror and I think to myself, today's the day. Today's the day we start selling feet pics for Warhammer models. And I honestly think that it might be today. Ah! It's over for us, guys. I just bought a tank. Like, I just bought like 2 tanks. We gotta recoup our losses. Will I actually sell feet pics for Warhammer models? I gotta ask management if they let me do it. I gotta ask management. I gotta be like, hey, Dualogs, is it okay for me to sell feet pics for Warhammer models? What about Yu-Gi-Oh cards? I really want this though. Like, I was waiting for like an Imperial Fist Combat Patrol because I did want to get like a Combat Patrol box. The only thing about it is I didn't want to like shotgun and get one for the sake of getting one. I only wanted to get one, you know, of like a faction that I actually liked. So that's why I held on for so long. But then now they're like, hey, haha, James Workshop here, time to take your money. It's over for me. I'm pulling the grippers out for the Emperor right now. Would someone actually recognize you from the pictures? How horrified would you be? If someone recognized me from my feet pics, that'd be insane. No, but then yeah, I kind of want the Raven Guard chapter master too, right? Like I want the Imperial Fist. I want the chapter master. It's over for me. Man. All Space Marine combat patrols technically can be Imperial Fist. I want to get it specifically for the guy with the banner, because I'm pretty sure like the banner is like also costed, right? Like I'm positive this thing's also costed. Like this isn't something that you paint on. So like, this is really sick. I like it. I like it very much. That's some 4chan level autism. If someone the banner's blank, that sucks. What the fuck? No, it should be painted, right? Right. It's like roughly $250 total, chill girl. Okay, but hear me out. Actually, you know, no, like when I say blank, I mean like it's probably costed, right? Like I don't mind painting it myself. The only thing about it is I want like an Imperial Fist banner specifically, not like anything else, right? Like for specific armies, yeah, there's a decal and stuff like that. Dude, I don't know. I'm just hyped. I don't know what the market rate for feet pics are, but we will probably have to sell a bunch of them. Hell yeah.
And a command group, and it just looks wonderful. Next up, Iron Hands, heavy intercessors, heavy weapons, everything you might expect from these tough, durable warriors of the Iron Hands chapter. The Raven Guard, a bit more
Fast
Okay,
and
I don't know.
yeah,
I'm
fast.
not
That's
interested
good.
in
I
the
like that.
Raven
That was
Guard.
strong. Yeah, they're going to get in amongst
Only
it
the
much
chapter
faster.
master.
Imagine Aethon Shan leading those; it'll be tremendous. But what if you just want to carry all the flames all the time?
Yeah.
Every model in this entire combat patrol has something that makes you hotter.
Either a melter gun or a
Oh,
flamethrower
but I
in some way,
love the
shape,
little
or
like.
form.
I think
the
there's some assault
very
intercessors who maybe ruin
The
my
ATV
attempt
is
at
very sick.
connecting it. But do you know what? That is a
Goofy ass
lot
baby
of flamer
carrier.
and or melter, and I think
Real.
excuse us.
Some new transfers in those kits as well. Adam, I know you were a
Yeah,
very
no,
big fan of that when we were looking
just,
through
hit
kits.
on my like secret nerd part of Warhammer. I get really excited by transfer sheets. I can't do freehand to save my life, but I can stick a decal on with the best of them. Each of these will come with its own transfer sheet.
Okay.
Which means that you can
Is that
apply all the
it,
details.
or are
for
they
the heraldry
actually
and
like doing
everything.
like roll gold
There's
and stuff like
loads
that?
of cool extras on those. Case in point, the Imperial Fist one has some decals that do Crimson Fists. So if you were a fan of the Crimson Fists successors, then you can
I love the
believe
ATV.
it.
Everyone else
We'll
hated
show you
it.
those.
Everyone hated the ATV. I thought it was really cute. Man. I just think it's very cute. Everything else about it I'm like ambivalent about, but the ATV is very cute.
Ahead of times. These.
Okay, I'm
You see
gonna
the
skip
scale
ahead.
of them, and we've also got some of the new miniatures. So if we start off over here with
Am I about to sell feet pics for a plastic model that's maybe like 6 centimeters tall? But the ATV is a design flaw Fiesta on wheels. That's why it's funny. It straight up looks like a Barbie car painted green. Do you have anyone to play Warhammer with? No. Yeah, it looks straight out of like Mario Kart. Like I'm gonna see that shit cruising down Rainbow fucking Road, you know? It looks very funny. That's what I like about it.
the
there we go.
Raven Guard side. I brought along a
Regular
assault intercessor sergeant. It's not a small model by any stretch of the imagination,
I
but you've
guess
got to get
it
a sense
isn't,
of
but,
how
like,
big the
man.
new chapter master of the Raven Guard is. There, he is on a big base. He's going to be quite an
Oh, I'm
intimidating
not intending on
character.
I'm not intending on actually playing like Warhammer, like proper. I think if I did, because I don't really want to build an army. What I want to do is, paint models that I like, specifically. Yeah, I don't want to actually like. I will like try the game out. Like I will probably get like we are planning on playing Kill Team, right? And we're probably planning on playing the game like in tabletop sim. But I don't think I myself will build a full army, if that makes sense. Yeah. Like I don't mind learning how the game works. I just don't think that I have the energy or the money to build a full army. That's it. That's basically it. If you're not playing, get them 3D printed. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. Because if I buy them for stream content, I have to pay, and I paint them on stream. That's a tax write-off. No, I'm kidding. But oh wait, no, it is. We cracked the code. If I buy the models for stream, and I only paint them on stream, it's a tax write-off. It's over for us, guys. It's over for us, guys. Oh, fuck.
Certainly going to be the largest of your infantry models, probably standing not far off the height of a Redemptor Dreadnought at the top of his base there.
Yeah, what's interesting is you may have a tactical rock to sort of raise him up a little, but Darneth Lysander is such a brute that he's not that much shorter than either of the two models you just mentioned. He really is very dominating. And then Sabodin Khan next to an Outrider. First of all, check out the sort of similarities between the
Okay, I
styling
prefer the
to
Outrider.
sort of,
Don't hate me. I
the
think I
shape
prefer
of
the
the bike,
Outrider
very
by a lot
sort of
more.
reminiscent of the things that you see on the Outrider. But if you spin it around, check out some of
There
the
are
details
so
on
many
the back.
lovely details on this. I really like the shield. There's some sheaths, there's some extra weapons. There's like, as well as having loads of lovely detail, there's also loads of space if you want to do some like Chigorian freehand or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's going to be up there with the Golden Demons and things, so that where people choose
It's
the
yes,
models.
it's exciting to see what people
really
do
nice.
with it. So there we are, Space Marine characters.
Surely that's all the Space Marine we have time for.
So
Is
you
that
say that, but there is a
all?
little bit more Space Marine on the way. This one's really exciting for me because I got to help a little bit on the team that have brought this to life. I am over the moon to present the first ever officially licensed wearable Space Marine helmet. This is the Lieutenant Titus Mark 10 helmet made by JoyToy. If you've not heard of JoyToy, where have you been hiding? JoyToy make beautiful action figures under license from Games Workshop. They do Warhammer 40,000 ones, and they do Warhammer Age of Sigmar ones, and they do Warhammer the Horus Heresy ones, and now they have made this incredible helmet. It's just really something.
How big is
I
this?
can talk about some of its features. Inside, it's got an adjustable sort of headband, so you can change it to fit your head. What that means is that unless you've got the teeniest, tiniest of heads, like a small child or a grot, you should be able to make it fit. I have the...
It's too big! No! You know what would have been great? Do you know what would have been great? I want to buy this helmet so that when I do like painting streams, right, and stuff like that, I don't accidentally dox myself. Right? Wouldn't that like make sense? Wouldn't that like make a ton of sense? Like I don't mind showing you guys like, you know, whatever is like below the neck, right? Because, you know, I have a regular human body. But then I don't want to dox myself, so I don't want to show you guys my face. I don't know. I kind of want it. I'm hoping it'll fit me. I'm really hoping it'll fit me. Paint it yellow too? No. I want to be Titus. I want to be cool. I want to aura farm holding the banner while shooting with like a Glock. The only problem is that, right? The only problem is that if I have a helmet on my head, that means the model will not work because there's no face to track, right? Wait, aren't you a 2D anime woman? I'm sorry to tell you this, I have hands. Can you even fire a gun? No. Whereas helmet get doxed by booba? You think I'm the only person in the world with boobs? If you go to your local Warhammer store, you will see both men and women with boobs. I'm sorry to... Are you flat? No. Why do you think I have a booba model? Lies? If you think you can goad me into showing that, you're insane. Boobs everywhere? Exactly! If you think I'm the only person in the world with boobs, you are sorely mistaken. Marketing? Huh. Just wait. We're gonna have a stream. We're gonna have a stream soon where I will be in a maid outfit cooking for Nova. I know, because like Twitch chat hit the sub goal. So, you know, shout outs to Twitch chat, am I right, guys? Yay! So I'm gonna be wearing I gotta see if they have it at Target. I'm gonna be wearing like a helmet. A helmet? You mean you're a model, right? What are you talking about? Can we call you brother when you wear your helmet? If you don't call me brother, I'd be sad. Can you reach the counter? Do you need a stepladder? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. My illusion of Mio being a 40-year-old man in Singapore has been shattered. You thought I was 40? What the fuck? Hold on a second. Excuse me? Guys, be me looking up Moss right now. Like really, really funny, like, costume Moss. On Amazon right now. All nerds know women aren't real. You know, You're probably right. You're probably right. Guys, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna buy a fucking moss, chat. I'm gonna buy a fucking moss. It's gonna hide my identity. It's gonna be great. Now, obviously, you wouldn't be able to see my face, but that's okay. Oh, okay, this isn't hiding enough for me. We're a motorcycle helmet. I don't own a motorcycle helmet. I'm still not a 40-year-old man from Toronto. You get mad 40-year-old, not the man part. Everyone thinks I'm a man anyways. It's fine. If you wanna goon to a man, who am I to stop you? Right, besties? Who am I to stop you if you wanna goon to a man? All I can say is sure. Party. Is that your mom or Leah punish you not to graduate? Not that one. Unfortunately, not that one. I don't think you're a man. You know, people in chat think I'm a man. Some people in chat don't think I'm a man. It's okay. It's fine. I don't know if we can get a Titus helmet in time though. That's the issue. But it's okay. Will the mosque have cat ears? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's true empowerment, bestie. What even is a man anymore? Exactly, chat. What is a man? Like, genuine question. What is a man? Who knows? I don't. I certainly don't. Wait. Why is the Titus helmet like $200? Okay, we're not buying that shit. Guys, we're not buying the Titus helmet anymore. We're too poor for that shit. Absolutely not. What about fox ears? Nope. She can't voice changer that good. Oh, are you guys ready for the cooking stream? In which case, the voice changer will not be on. Are you ready? I'm surprised it's only 200. I am a brokey. We are not buying that shit. We're not buying that shit. Cat ears and a tail? Haha. A man is broken, sad, and depressed. So I am a man? Oh my god. So I am a man after all then. If a man is someone who is broken, sad, and depressed. Girl, this is how I find out. I've been a man all along. You're saying Chaz to buy it for you? No, I don't want you guys to spend your money on that too. Like, oh my god, that's a lot of money. Sure, you're not a man with a mouth unless you're very feminine, man. What can I say? You know, twinks exist. I could be it. That literally could be me. Who knows? I oughta send this to to Nova to be like, hey, which one do you think like looks the best? The price is only half my weekly pay. Okay, the price is like a fifth. I think price is like, cause it's in USD, right? Yeah, if it's in USD, the price is like probably like a fifth of how much like I make. Because like living in Singapore sucks. Gang. I just hope you're not balding. Well, let me just put it out there, okay? No one in my family is balding. So I could single-handedly cure anyone's genes. I'm just saying. I know, just move into Nova's house. Start a streamer house. No, I don't want to intrude on your bald. I'm not bald. I'm quite literally not bald. Wait, what? I'm not bald. No one in my family, like, okay, on both sides of my family, we don't have anyone that's bald. So I could, like, single-handedly, like, cure your entire, like, fucking, like, genes. If you're someone who, like, balds. Your children will probably be fine. I'm just saying. I'm literally not bald. As I was coming from mom's side, yet none of them are bald. So hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good if you really think about it. That would mean you'd like to be a baldy though, 5-head. That's true. That means I make fun of you, probably, nonstop, for looking like a Malteser. Bro, Maltesers are so good. Wait, I kind of want one. No, I've been thinking about like getting like some snacks recently, and I really shouldn't. Like I really shouldn't. But oh my god, I want snacks so bad. This is so bad. We're on like a weird tangent. Yeah, I blame chat for the tangents we've been on, but also I'm not buying this shit.
The most preposterous, like, potato head imaginable.
I think I'm going to say what everyone is thinking, which is just put it on.
Yeah, I will. But before I do, so this is the prototype that we've been sort of working with them
That shit's
on.
big.
And before I do, I'm going to flip a switch because we're under very bright studio lights. But inside, can you see the illuminated? A little bit. There's some really great pictures that you'll be able to see later. But I feel like a Space Marine already. This is just
I feel like I'm standing
best.
next to a Space Marine. It's incredible.
I mean, it's never felt so good to feel like Lieutenant Titus.
Bro, you're gassing him
so
up a little too much.
The lenses inside illuminate. You can buy it with this lovely display stand as well. This is the Mark 10 helmet stand. It looks like something straight out of a battle barge or a Fortress Monastery cell where a Space Marine might put his war gear when he's finished on campaign. It's your choice whether you want to get the helmet separately or with that, but I've had this in my office for quite a while and it looks really cool. When can you get your hands on it? I guess
like
is the
what
question.
I'm understanding is I need to go work for James Workshop.
The answer is, when this preview show is done, the pre-orders begin. So you'll be able to go to warhammermerch.com and pre-order it. So yeah, I'm just over the moon to see this in the flesh, in real world. Very, very exciting. We're still not done with Warhammer 40,000. We need to go to Kill Team, to the Kill Team.
Full Team World. 2 only kill teams. Oh, I get to play as the. Okay.
So, an amazing new box for Kill Team, a new expansion, 2 brand new kill teams, a new kill zone, some incredible miniatures. Let's take a look. This is Kill Team Tomb World, and you get absolutely loads in this box.
It's just bursting with cool.
Oh, that looks sick, though.
Might be the best Kill Team box we've released.
It's way up there, and I struggle to argue.
It's up there. There's some beautiful stuff in here. I mean, if we talk about the battlefield first, you've got some absolutely amazing Necron scenery, in a little bit like the Into the Dark scenery we saw a little while back, and certainly allows you to play games in that same sort of style. Doesn't replace it necessarily, but allows you to play that kind of close confines, up-close battles. Really thematic. You've got the kind of undead Necron crypts as the warriors wake from their eons-long slumber.
I don't think the lighting's included
But the kill teams themselves are probably where the real excitement is. So if we start off with the Deathwatch kill team, this is the return of the original kill team. The name kill team itself comes from the concept of Deathwatch, and they have come out with an amazing new range of miniatures. There are 10 of these guys in the box. You can build them in a whole range of different ways, and there are some lovely features. Adam, have you got any favourites from
I mean, for me, I'm all about the big firepower, right? So, sort of bottom right, you have a Flesh Terrier holding a frag cannon, because that's the best way to greet the Xenos, right?
I do like that.
Yeah, you can't
but
really
the
go
faces
wrong.
are tripping
I called him out
me
as a Flesh
up.
Terrier because I happen to know he is. One of the things that's really striking about this set is that there's loads of different heraldic devices available.
Some quite obscure chapters as well.
Yeah, I mean, so Flesh Terriers are perhaps not obscure, but they're not necessarily what you might expect. For example, top centre, that's a member of the Marine on the right, Guardian of the Cover.
Game earlier on.
I'm going to skip ahead. I want to see the Necrons.
So if you see mentions for your
I
kill
want to see if I like them.
And warriors, and then got loads of different options. Again, just as well. More.
I don't hate the Deathwatch.
But their job has been
I'm
to
ambivalent
oversee
about it,
the
but
reanimation protocols of all of the Necrons that you see in these alcoves. We'll show you some more of the terrain in a bit. And so these are the
Oh, I like
sentinels
this.
that are ready to now sort of
Kill team of Deathwatch burst into their crypt and decided to start wrecking up the place. So they've had to mobilize against them.
It just
is
looks
a very
annoying
powerful
to
kill team.
paint. Okay.
This is the
do kill team
Canoptek
like
circle.
are kill team like squads like already painted, or do I actually have to paint them myself? Because this looks like it'd be annoying to paint. I like it, but it looks like I'd have a tough time.
Is led by a geomancer, which is a type of cryptech. That's the body you can see there. She is the leader of the
No,
warband,
I have
and she
to paint
definitely
it.
kind of
Oh.
is the core of the force, right? So
and she's big and powerful.
she's
right?
big and powerful. Yeah, she alone can take on a space marine, but the other troops in her force need her to kind of be at the center to kind of coordinate the efforts. You've got a few different other models in the mix there as well. As the geomancer, you have. Remind me of the names of these.
The larger thing on the left-hand side with the guns on the top is the tomb crawler.
Yep.
Then sort of the right hand, and there's another one sort of central to the right-hand side. Then the smaller things, they are your reanimators or your
He's so
warriors.
real for that.
So normally, day to day, they'd just be pooling around, making sure everything's safe and well. They'd be reanimating some Necrons, but you know when the Deathwatch come knocking, they leap into action.
Yeah, the crawlers have got some particularly formidable weaponry, right? So like they're up against the Deathwatch kill team. So the guns on those can take out a Space Marine if they get a good solid round of firepower. They are one of the. You've got your kind of central character, which does all the kind of utility stuff. Then you've got two really good solid gun platforms, and then you've got the rest of the force, which whizzes around and does the objective taking.
I don't know if I want to buy this. Like, I guess it's fine, but I don't know if I'm crazy for it. I might buy the book though, because the book actually sounds like it'd be very interesting. Like this is like literally after the Horus Heresy. I would probably buy this, like once I'm done, or actually no, while it's out, because you know. If it's out, then it's probably not gonna be like overly like inflated, right, in terms of the price. But yeah, you know what I mean. This is, I have no idea what this is. Photon, I don't think I'll buy it though. I think like if I'm going to save my money, I probably shouldn't like spend on like stuff that I have a passing interest in. The Caiaphas Cain stuff, it's just funny. We did buy a Caiaphas Cain book, I just haven't read it yet. Wait. We're gonna go back to the Space Marines video that we've only watched 30 minutes of, and it's a 3-hour video, so fuck. Anyways, I gotta pee though. I've been chugging water nonstop and Monster Energy, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee really quick. Okay? You're still on this? The Warhammer stuff? Yeah. What the heck? Why wouldn't we be? Professional yapper? Hell yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna play some music in the back. And I'll be right back. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. Oh, I am back. I have gotten food. I've gotten food because I did just realize I did not eat all of today. Oopsie. Teehee. But I'm back, and are we ready to watch the next obscure Space Marines chapter? I've forgotten what we were watching because we went on such a tangent, but oopsie. How am I? I am good. How are you guys? How is everyone's painting, by the way? Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1.
So, convergent evolution is essentially when two species that have nothing to do with each other and are in very different locations evolve very similar traits under the same stresses. A good example is the wing of a bird and the wing of a bat. Both skeletally have very few similarities, but both function very similarly. That's kind of how the Silver Skulls operate, where the Iron Warriors are called that simply because where Perturabo grew up, he cast his warriors in iron and encouraged them to adopt a very stoic internal process.
Guys, Peter Turbo jump scare. Do you feel jump scared by Peter Turbo? I feel jump scared by Peter Turbo. Turbo right now. So we're adding one to the counter. Oopsie, we got jump scared.
Silver Skulls were a chapter of Space Marines founded on a planet known for headhunting. So as a natural extension of that, they tended to keep the skulls of the most dangerous opponents they had faced as trophies. And the most dangerous of all, kept in their chapter monastery, were dipped in silver to preserve them for all time. Thus, the Silver Skulls. You can see how both come to the same conclusion and end up in the same spot, but fuck me, I will never be able to explain why that skull shape is the one they use to mark their chapter, as that shit looks straight up torn off a shoulder pad from an Iron Warrior.
Yeah,
so with the mild bit of discourse out of the way, and a minor amount of educational material as well gone, let's talk shop here. Who are the Silver Skulls? A pretty fucking cool chapter, if I do say so myself. I think they are genuinely fun after doing extensive research into their lore. I
is a
find
new
them
hat
to be
they call?
quite unique. The thing that makes them unique is weird. So like most chapters, they do follow the Codex Astartes pretty to the letter, you know, Ultramarine successors and all that. And that's kind of the main thing they do like everyone else. Everything else they kind of do is very different. For one, they are incredibly superstitious to the point where it is noted several points in a lot of the resources where they are written about in. If they weren't as good at their job as they are, they would totally be tracked down by the Inquisition for a nice round of questioning.
What
On
the
top
fuck?
of that,
That's crazy.
their superstition has caused a new rank to be raised amongst them, called a prognosticator, which is not to be confused with the prognosticator of the Grey Knights, which basically serves the exact same purpose of the prognosticator for the Silver Skulls, but more functional and actually practical. Who are the prognosticators? Essentially, if you have any psychic aptitude of any kind, then you are inducted, or at least attempted to be inducted into their ranks. Their goal is to read the future and see if the upcoming battles are in their favor, see if the portents are good. The Silver Skulls are so superstitious that if the portents are not in their favor, they do not fight at all, which frustrates their allies to no end. Unless they actually see the portents in their favor, then they act with such brutal determination that it actually seems like they can will the destiny of the battle in their favor. Now,
Okay, hold up. I kind of agree with that, because, like, if the vibes are off, why would you be in the battle? But then I guess, you know, there's... War kind of stops for no one, so... Shut up, they did not use an Etsy witch. That's crazy. The Etsy witch fucked me over so bad, guys. Not the Etsy witch. Etsy witch warfare is crazy.
Making this seem more cool and interesting than it actually is, but time to deflate your image of them because they use the Emperor's Tarot deck like a 16-year-old girl trying to discern if there are in fact ghosts in their parents' house.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they use a tarot deck and psychic fuckery to see if the battle is in their favor. This shit is bananas. I love them for it, though.
Stop.
They are a chapter of Space Marines with a long-ass reputation for being really good at their job, and comically enough, they are among the earliest designs of Space Marines to ever be released. So with that, take a look at this goofy art of them being old Space Marines. God, old Space Marine art just hit different. So another thing...
Guys, hold up. I kind of love them. So, they're astrology girls then. They're basically astrology girls. I kind of love that. Yeah, they're like, hey, I can't do the battle today. Mercury's in retrograde. I don't even know what that means. All I know is that means that like shit's going down in like astrology terms, right? I kind of love this for them though. Like them having like a completely like silver chapter that's just like, hey, I only fight when the vibes are right. It's so girly pop. It's so like e-girl core. I kind of love it. Today's not a good day for Capricorns. We need to pull back. It's so fucking funny. Wait, I love this.
I want to bring up is a very common discussion point for Ultramarine successors. How is it that the culture and genetic expression of an Ultramarine successor can be changed so much from the original stock?
Yeah.
It all comes down to the simple fact that Gilliman encouraged the successor chapters to take on the culture of the worlds they recruit from as well as the worlds that they initially came from. It's why the Mortifactors are without a doubt an Ultramarine successor.
Wait, I love
they
that.
just grew up on a world where cannibalism and bone wearing was very common and a good way to display social status. So
What? Hold the fuck on. Wait. Dial that shit back one more time. What? You know? I don't know why I didn't expect that there'd be cannibalism in Warhammer. I mean, I guess. Girl, I heard man's gotta eat. I guess. Okay. I guess.
Ultramarine successors do have a tendency to be very different from the parent chapter. Or just like the same as an Ultramarine, but spicier. To put it frankly, I like the diversity of cultures in them, but it's still weird that through all that encouragement, they ended up accidentally into Iron Warrior lookalikes. A few more interesting facts about the Silver Skulls before I go. For one,
it's just
their chapter
pressure
masters
cornstarch.
always have the same name, no matter how many hands it passes through. The name itself being Argentius, which must get pretty damn confusing after a little while, I'll say. They have a very feral style of combat. Instead of well thought out and defined lines of battle, they just tend to fight in smaller combat squads. I suppose it's more like the headhunting parties they would have had on their home planet.
Did you forget that piece of lore Bricky mentioned in his video for his Space Wolves? You know, I think I forgot that piece of lore on purpose. The fact that, like, they learn plans from eating people's brains. I think I forgot that on purpose, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I think I forgot it on purpose. For good reason, too, guys. Oh my god.
They are known for being almost savage on the battlefield, going as close as possible to their enemy to hopefully engage in glorious melee.
And now it is
but
back, you're so right.
if they don't really care too much, because
Okay.
big guns are really cool too, but bad for claiming the skulls afterwards. Yes, they sound
That's
like they're going to
crazy.
fall to Khorne at some point, but no, they won't, because for some fucking reason they have been around for centuries and nothing bad has ever happened. So do with that information what you will. And
is
with all that
crazy.
in
How
mind,
have they not
the
fallen
Silver
apart?
Skulls are an ancient chapter of Space Marines with a dedicated micro fan base of people who adore the aesthetic of the Shining Silver Knights. I think they
I
are
adore
cool,
them. I think they're
albeit
funny.
a little plain for my tastes. Are they successors of the Iron Warriors? No. Are they even related a little bit? I don't think so.
Wait, chat, hear me out. What if I went on a Tinder date or like a Hinge date with a guy and I just autistically word dumped Warhammer Lord him just to see how long he'll listen? Thoughts? That's what I do. It's a good filter. Just let me lore dump Warhammer to you. And if you can't sit there for like 8 hours and listen to me talk about Warhammer lore, it's time for me to pack up and go home. What if he dumps back? Then we must full commit. Not the uwu. we must commit, guys. We must commit to the bit. Imagine word dumping on a guy, like lore dumping on a guy for like 7 hours, and then he hits you with the. I think I like the Iron Warriors. That's when you like pay for your side of the. You pay for your share of the bill and go home. What if he wants you to wear the helmet during sex? Can I be real? I am probably fucked up enough to do it. I am probably fucked up enough to actually do that. I marry him? Wait, you want to marry him? Not me? What? Am I getting anti-art by YouTube chat too? So Twitch chat, every time I say chat, I met a guy. Twitch chat's like our boyfriend now. Is YouTube chat gonna be like that too? That's crazy. The helmet's for protection? Fuck, you're right. He goes, wait, who are the Imperial Fists? That's when you pack up and go home. Could be worse. He could like Imperial Fist. Shut up. Shut up. They're fine. The Imperial Fists are so good. One of us, that's insane. In our defense, your taste is so horrible, we have to audit him. You're right for that. You see WWE, I call it love. I actually want to do like another like WWE like lore stream soon. I wanna do that soon. Also, thank you everybody for all the follows today. I didn't get to shout you guys out because there was a ton happening, but thank you guys so much for all the follows. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He will love us more. That's crazy. I'm getting NT art by both chats. Emperor's Children fan? No, I absolutely cannot. I'd be like, I would punch him in the face and be like, for Rylanor. Wait, what if asking someone what legion they like is basically like on the same level as asking a guy what's your star sign? Is it the same thing? Is that kind of insane? No. Yeah. For Rylanor, who's my Oshi Primarch Rogel Dorn? Imagine going on a date with someone and you're like, oh yeah, I have the Emperor's Children. Punch them in the face. And be like, no, fuck you. For Rylanor, bitch. That'd be so mean. Right? He'd be a Dark Eldar fan, which is pretty rare. Oh no, what if they like Blood Angels? We can continue talking. If he likes Blood Angels, we can continue talking. If he's like any other... Okay. Should we do like an army tier list one day on stream? Like, we'll do a tier list of all the factions that if a guy liked, it'd be a red flag. What do you think? Iron Hands is an absolute no. No, wait. Tau fan, I put right in the middle. It would strongly depend on what they have to say. If they're a fan of the Tau, are you playing because you like the Gundam aesthetic, or do you think that are you playing them because they're meta? That's the question. Right? We should do that one day. Okay, I'm down. Let's keep it going, guys. We'll at least get like an hour of this done, right?
Though I could be wrong. As part of me trying to make sure that people who pay for this content are happy, I am left with a very interesting set of choices to make. I have to balance the three options that most of these videos come with.
Okay.
I can make it unique, make it interesting, or just make it fun. If I were to make a White Scar Successor's unique video, I would cover the Marauders, which I already did. And you all seem to like that. If I were to make it interesting, I could cover a chapter that has traits of both the White Scars and other Legion's traits, like the Black Guard, which are actually a Raven Guard successor. Or I could make it fun. So by process of elimination, I decided to go with something a bit fun. And that is the Stormlords. If you're paying attention to my main channel releases, I posted a video last week about the Skulltakers, and in that, their Chaos Lord actually came from the stock of the Stormlords, which are a White Scar successor chapter. So I decided it was cool to do research for both chapters at the same time. Kinda worked out nicely if I do say so myself, which I do. So, who are the Stormlords? Well, to put it bluntly, they are a successor chapter of the White Scars that also has kind of this Pokemon rival-esque view of their progenitor chapter, where they show up every now and then and try to do better than their parent chapter. And the White Scars usually respond understandably with, oh fuck, not these guys again. Though the competition is pretty fun, described as being a bit reckless in order to prove they are in fact better than their progenitor, which is really fucking funny to think about. They tend to do the same shock and awe style drive-by tactics that the White Scars do, but with a bit more pizzazz and screaming and probably dying horribly. The Stormlords as a whole present a specific brand of chapter in this universe, the kind where they are always just kind of around and usually supporting another faction.
The Stormlords are particularly renowned for the ferocity in which they hunt orc was. No! They get the orcs, it's so sad! Also, hi guys, if you're new, welcome in. Not the little PP syndrome, but yeah, what is this Pokemon rival ass bullshit? I kind of love this for them though. Like, their whole thing is just being petty as fuck. Real.
And usually lend lore for other chapters to use, but they don't ever get the limelight that they usually deserve. I think every chapter in and of itself deserves some degree of a push to make them more present in the lore, because every single one of them has interesting stories to tell. You know the chapters that I'm talking about that don't get much attention. They are only there to play second fiddle to the original chapter they spawned from. The Angels of Absolution for the Dark Angels, the Genesis chapter for the Ultramarines. These chapters in and of themselves are very interesting, to say the least, but they do tend to only be included in stories about their progenitor chapter, and they don't seem to be that different from them, if I'm being completely honest. I think that the Stormlords are just different enough. Not so different like how the Iron Snakes are very different from the Ultramarines, but more so Black Dragons from the Salamanders.
I kind of like the Black Dragons. I don't know, it looks cool. Wait, you might not like this, but the Imperial Fist Successor chapter, your Black Templars are biggest red flag of all. A lot of Iron Crosses, a lot of Black Purity, a lot of German... No! Stop. That's crazy. Oh no, thank you for the super chat, but also what the fuck? That's crazy. They have giant Wolverine bone claws, don't listen to them. It's not true. Oh no. It's a Maltese cross. Oh, okay. Like from the Knights of like Malta then. Okay. That's not so bad then. That's not too bad. Tome Keepers are I think I saw like the Tome Keepers earlier. I did think that they were cool, but they're also like, I don't know, what are they what are they like a descendant of, like the Word Bearers? I have no idea. Yeah, okay, if it's like one of the Knights of like Malta type of crosses, then okay, that's not too bad.
So to cover a few of their differences, the first thing most people notice about them is their color scheme is absolutely fucked.
Yeah,
and something that a fellow content creator actually pointed out to me is that the Stormlords are actually not ever depicted correctly in art or in miniature form. So you see the half and half color scheme of red and white. It's very White Scarsy. But then you see the bright yellow helmet.
Yeah,
it's pretty garish, yes. It's actually worse than you think, because the company of the Marines is denoted by the color of the helmet, unlike with, say, the Imperial Fists, who denote their company with the colored border around their shoulder pads. The fucking Stormlords go dick deep and just color their head neon colors to show what company they're in. First company are white helmets, second company yellow, third company red, and fourth company is apparently neon fucking green, which I feel more people should paint because it looks ugly. They paint laurels on the top of their heads if they are a veteran, and it kind of adds a bit more of a balance to the color scheme. I love little details like that, by the way, that separate chapters in how they distinguish themselves. Like for the Black Templars is a good example. If they have a black trimmed shoulder pad with a white center, they are just a normal Marine. But if they are a chaplain, the shoulder pad is all black, black rim, black center, but with white iconography. If it's all black but with red trim and white iconography, they are a veteran or one of the Sword Brethren. It's pretty cute how chapters go about it. I like this method even though it's gonna look...
I would never be able to commit this to memory. I would just take whatever you guys say at face value because I will not remember this shit. That is confusing.
Look like shit on the tabletop. I think it's very cool and very interesting to do. They'll definitely stand out. Like having a bunch of random colors in a squad. Wherever I went,
I kinda
couldn't
hate that, though.
find everything about the companies, basically the different colors, but it looks like they follow the same, if not similar structure to that of the White Scars, referring to different companies as brotherhoods, and each brotherhood having different names denoting their purpose. The last major thing that came from the Stormlords is kind of weird. Basically, in a skirmish they had with the World Eaters, which are big boy Marines, they ended up losing a few guys who were abducted, one of which was an
What?
unfortunately named man by the name of Sergeant Balzac. This man ended up being
No.
tortured, psycho-indoctrinated, and
Can I get an 07 in the chat for Sergeant Balzac? I'm not even gonna lie, that is really yeah, apparently one of the people that got kidnapped by the World Eaters was a guy called Sergeant Balzac. Very awkward, huh? 07's in the chat, guys. He got tortured by the World Eaters.
also just probably given the butcher's nails. And
Ooh,
it ended
no.
up with him becoming a Khorne berserker.
No.
But not only that, he would reap a bloody path of carnage and destruction so long that it ended up with him becoming the Chaos Lord of a pretty important warband of Khorne-worshipping Marines known as the Skull Takers. I covered them already, but I feel it is important to note, because I like that as an idea. And here's a little theory crafting for you. I honestly hope that there is some stories written about the Stormlords where they have to come to grips with the fact that someone a part of their chapter, or at least used to be a part of their chapter, is quite literally a massive threat to the Imperium now. Lord Zufor is his name now, and he is probably one of the most dangerous generals under Abaddon that there are. So
Ooh.
having them have sort of a Dark Angel style hatred and desire to murder him would be a bit of an interesting way of going about it. It might humanize them a little more. It's not the kind of story you see often. You see it sometimes with the Dark Angels, who find actually chaosified fallen angels, but not so much with other chapters. It's a
07.
neat gimmick that definitely deserves to be explored more. So in general, the Stormlords are a bit of a copy of their progenitor chapter, but with a few extra bits and bobs added to them. They are quite literally White Scars, but spicier. They have this obsession with trying to one-up the White Scars that keeps them from being a bit too samey, but I can see how they are a bit repetitive.
Guys, don't ask me. Don't ask me what's with the names. I don't know. James Workshop created these names. I don't know either. Yeah, I kind of feel bad for him, but then I guess he lucked out even harder and became like a lord. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. 40k or Star Wars? Honestly, 40k.
Space Wolf time! It's Space Wolf time. It's time for me to talk
Wolves!
about a descendant chapter to the Space Wolves that I think is interesting and kind of fun, which you'd think would be hard considering my rather anti-Space Wolf style opinions. But nah, I already had this one lined up and hinted to the fact a little while ago. I said I'd cover them, so I'm here. So for a bit of context, the Space Wolves are a bit averse to the idea of having a successor chapter of any kind.
Okay.
They've had bad experiences with it in the past, as well as they've had quite a lack of interest in Gilliman's glorified paperweight known as the Codex Astartes, preferring to follow the Book of Russ, as it were. But they didn't really have much choice in the matter when Call made a bunch of new Marines, froze them for a couple thousand years, and then unleashed them all at once on the stars. So there is that. And from that, you get the chapter I want to discuss today. which is the Wolf Spear. I have briefly mentioned them in the past when I made a video about one of my favorite space wolves, Bjarni Arvidsson, but I feel like they are significant enough of a presence in the recent writings for me to actually do more work on them. So, who are they, what are they, etc., etc., etc. Pretty simple to start. Basically, they were created in the Ultima Founding, which is a founding of Space Marines to create a whole fuckload of new chapters out of exclusively the Primaris gene stock. So this is a 100% Primaris Marine chapter, meaning they do have access to some of the best gear in the setting, but the least actual practical experience in combat. It also means that they have the most dulled down gene-specific eccentricities. They are less feral than that of regular space wolves, which does play to their benefit, and their downfall in equal measure to some degree. It's one of the major sticking points for the early Primaris Marines, where they had the majority of their own gene seed flaws removed by Call, so you had stuff like Blood Angels with no Black Rage, you have Iron Hands that are a bit more likely to think emotions were kinda cool, and Space Wolves that actually knew how to follow the command chain without honor duels all the time. Or them turning into feral berserking werewolves from time to time. It also removed a lot of the more unstable but beneficial aspects. See, the Black Rage may be a bit of a downside, and turning into a werewolf makes it a bit harder for you to control yourself, but you lose the increase in strength, the more efficient shock and awe tactics, and, you know, the weirdly intense desire for alcohol so strong it could strip paint and kill lesser men. But the interesting fact is that the gene seed flaws eventually did start to manifest, making it difficult, but not impossible. I know the Flesh Terrors did start to warm up to the Primaris additions to their chapter when they started to fall to the Black Rage and manifest anger management issues. So, with the Wolf Spear, you have an entire chapter that is slowly coming into itself. See, prior to them being the Wolf Spear, the majority of them were simply Gilliman's unnumbered sons. Primaris Marines with generically colored armor indicative of their gene seed, so powder blue for Space Marines, red for Blood Angels, and so on and so forth, and they had a gray chevron on it to denote that they all worked together.
Can I be real? Initially, I thought that, like, the different colors of, like, the different Space Marines, this is, like, before, you know, like, we went on the deep dive and everything like that, but I genuinely thought that it kind of worked, like, you know how Mortal Kombat, like, how Mortal Kombat Scorpion and, like, Sub-Zero look like the exact same, except they just have different color schemes? I thought it was similar to that. I'm a little embarrassed to admit it, but I did think it was like that. I did think that that was the concept, so oopsie. Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But now I know it's like that-ish, but not exactly. Well, oopsie.
This was during the Indomitus Crusade, and they made up the bulk of the forces that were used to assist in that crusade. And from there, once said crusade was over, they broke up and divided the Marines to either their own chapters or to reinforce currently existing chapters. There are so many fucking Marine chapters made up from the Ultima Founding, so there is a bit here to discuss. But my focal point is the Wolf Spear. Now that you have the context of their creation, the Wolf Spear, their name, coming from one of Russ's weapons of legend, are a chapter with a specific purpose in mind. See, a lot of Space Marine chapters are made to cover specific issues and regions. You have the Iron Snakes cover the Reef Stars, you have the Emperor's Spears cover the entirety of like Nemeton and Alara's Veil, but the Wolf Spear were created to cover a weird minor warp rift that spews out demons exclusively at night, known as the Pit of Raucus. It was kind of an ancient hole in the universe that connected with the planes of chaos, and at night would spew forth random demons from anywhere in the warp. Now, due to it being a bit cut off, it wasn't that big of an issue, but was a bit annoying to have a spot where demons could just pop in whenever they chose to. It is a bit of a conundrum. A lot of the Wolf Spear were a bit upset, feeling as if they were essentially just put in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere to take care of some random minor warp rift, instead of being at the head of some massive incursion force to go actually, like, fight the forces of chaos. But they have in history started to handle it in stride. They have kind of adopted this mentality I refer to as party all night, fish all day, where at night it's fucking go time, bros. The demons are here and it's time for the wolf spear to crack some skulls, which
100% there's just a girl sleepover summoning demons. You're so right, Fishing. There's just a girl sleepover summoning the fucking demons. Also, I would not live in the Warhammer 40k world. That's an insane question to ask, because we all know how shit ends in the Warhammer 40k universe. Why would I ever want to live there? I mean, I guess if they're happy, then, you know, party. Is my audio quiet? Oh, no. Is it happening again? Hold up, guys. Hold up. I've been having, like, volume issues, like, all day today. I have no clue why. Let me raise it. Is it better? Can you hear me now? What would Warhammer ASMR even look like? What if we did Warhammer ASMR one day? But what would that even look like? It's louder? Yeah, I mean, I made it louder on purpose. If you're an orc, would you live in the 40k universe? No, because I die. Drukari Dami Mommies? Oh my god. Warhammer ASMR is just an Inquisitor grilling you? That's crazy. You have to start with brother. That's so fucking funny. Okay. We will brainstorm on Warhammer ASMR and we will attempt that one day.
outside of the losses they see, they do kind of enjoy it. You know, never-ending brute warfare is kind of the Space Wolves thing. And during the day, it's mostly just R&R time, with them relaxing, recovering their wounds, and deciding who gets to take the next shift fucking up the demon hole. It ain't much, but it's honest work. They have had some interesting adventures where Space Wolf emissaries showed up to judge their Space Wolfiness and see if they're worthy of being called a chapter of the Space Wolves. Initially, the Wolf Spear captains were like, fuck this, you don't gotta say shit, we got a job to do. To which the Wolf Priest in question pulled out a census and was like, aight, cool, I guess you're off to it then. To which a few Battle Brothers immediately moved to say their captain didn't know what the fuck he was talking about and wasn't even from Fenris, so pay him no mind, we trained him wrong as a joke. It was a cute story, and it ended with the Firstborn Marines fighting alongside the new Wolf Spear Primaris Marines during the Party All Night segment of their schedule, and honestly having a great time doing so. Though, it does bring to mind the fact that these Marines, after like 100 years of doing this, are gonna be so fucking overleveled. They are consistently fighting nothing but the strongest enemies the Imperium can face, and consistently winning every night. Give it some time, you're going to have Super Marines at some point. I want to see them do a buddy cop movie with the Exorcist and the Grey Knights. That'd be so fucking cool. With the Imperial Fists, you gotta admit, you aren't exactly starved for choice here when it comes to significant Space Marine chapters. So you can pick out some pretty banger choices, and you got yourself an absolute slam dunk. You got the Black Templars, you have the Crimson Fists at the forefront, but behind the scenes you have equally interesting chapters like the Excoriators and the Celestial Lions. Going through each and every one of them, you do have a bit of breathing room to construct a decent narrative about what you would like to talk about. But I think, as per me being the embodiment of some young child jumping up and down and screaming, I'm special, I'm going to talk about the Soul Drinkers. No, not those ones. The new ones. What do I mean when I say the new ones? Well, the old Soul Drinkers chapter died the fuck out. Like, full on, they were mutated as shit and got ripped to pieces by an internal war and self-sacrifice. I want to cover them more in the future when I understand them more myself and go through the entirety of their series. I'm only partly through it now. But
guys, they sound evil as fuck. Soul Drinkers and their Imperial Fists? They sound evil as fuck. What? Okay. That's crazy. Just keep watching? Okay. Grimsley, thank you so much for the sub with Prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. It's deeper than that? Oh, okay, I'm locking in for this. Hold up.
One thing that I do know a lot about is that during the Ultima founding, because the Soul Drinkers in the eyes of the Imperial Fists redeemed their honor, they were given an honorary successor to carry on their name and their colors as well as their lineage. Thus, the new Soul Drinkers were formed, which are 100% confirmed to be Imperial Fist gene stock, which you think wouldn't really be up in the air, but their gene seed lineage was up for debate towards their end, as they were so mutated that their gene seed was tested and did not come up as Imperial Fists.
What?
Or so you'd think it was because of the mutations.
Wait.
We'll come back to this later. It's a bit vague, but that's the thing. I am covering the chapter of Space Marines that was erected in their honor during the Ultima founding. Quick side note. What is the Ultima founding? It's when Big Daddy Call unfroze thousands of Space Marines that were newly minted Primaris gene stock to reinforce the old chapters as well as create new ones. There are set chapters made during the Ultima founding that are 100% Primaris Marine from these unfrozen lads, and the new Soul Drinkers chapter is one of them. Now, you'd think there wouldn't be too much to bring up about them, and you'd be half right. There are small tidbits of lore here and there, but they all kinda come up as a mixture of a continuation of the Soul Drinkers lore and setting the table for some kind of new travesty to begin. What do I mean by this? Well, in a lot of the new stories, there is this idea that the old Soul Drinkers were very much obsessed with the idea that they might in fact not be successors of the Imperial Fists. It's what they had raised their entire chapter upon. See, being a second founding Imperial Fist successor chapter comes with a bit of prestige. Like, with the Ultramarines, you can be a second founding successor chapter, but damn, dude, there are a lot of them already, and not many of them are that interesting aside from, like, the Iron Snakes or some shit. But with the Imperial Fists, there are like 5 chapters, and each of them read like a Space Marine's greatest hit album. Crimson Fists, Black Templars, Excoriators, and the Fists Exemplar are all kinda well-known names, and for the Soul Drinkers to imply they are a part of these illustrious ranks would be kind of a big deal. Since it was never confirmed then, there has always been this long-lasting implication that they were just misled by some Tzeentchian trickery. Well, due to some interesting developments, we got a hint that they are definitely successors of the Imperial Fists from long, long ago, and also were one of the earliest. So how do we find this out? Basically, in the early days of the new Soul Drinkers, they were sent to bring a recently emerged Chaos Separatist faction to heal on a small planet in the middle of fucking nowhere, which they succeeded in. Now, this success served 2 major purposes. One, to quell the rebellion that was happening there. Basically, a rebel psyker was given power to influence the masses and wanted to stage a rebellion to murder fuck the universe as long as he could. It's somewhere between Slaneshi fuckery and Tzeentchian trickery, but the other half of this was that the Inquisition was testing the new Soul Drinkers to see if they were on the level and worthy of getting their sense of honor back. As the
I'm sorry, what? So were they like led to believe that they're Imperial Fists, but actually they just want to, but actually Call want to be all like fucky wucky and be like hee hee traitor gene seed? My eyes started getting like cross while listening to this. I was like, huh? That's crazy.
The story goes, they squashed the rebellion because, I mean, at this point it's something Space Marines are pretty amazing at doing. There's an entire series about it. And from there you have them be given an ancient relic. It was a scrap of cloth that was depicting an ancient ceremony of the Imperial Fist successors, known simply as the Feast of Blades. The Feast of Blades is unironically one of the most badass traditions in the entirety of all Space Marines. Essentially, every single successor of the Imperial Fists is supposed to send in a champion to a set location. It's this massive combat tournament to see who is the best in melee, which I assume is the Black Templars, usually, but I digress. The winner gets a relic known as the Dorn's Blade to bring back to their chapter, and also a great deal of honor. So this scrap of cloth was depicting the Feast of Blades from thousands of years ago. There was the second founding chapters doing battle on it. There was also one Space Marine at the bottom corner without armor on, but on his chest was a tattoo. That tattoo had the old battle cry of the Soul Drinkers written in High Gothic on it. And before you ask, no, it's not a common phrase, so it was definitely a Space Marine from the Soul Drinkers. The phrase was, as I mentioned, in High Gothic, but it roughly translated to cold and fast. The implications here are twofold. One, the Soul Drinkers are in fact the second founding chapter that they originally thought they were of the Imperial Fists. And two, the rest of the cloth has been carefully cut away around that specific Marine to cut off what other Space Marines would be around them. But they neglected to remove that individual, likely because he wasn't wearing armor and they couldn't identify which chapter he was from. The only people in the 40k setting that would have the power to remove someone from history like that are the Inquisition. And the Space Marine who was given this as a token figured out as much. The theories here are fucking insane. Because essentially you realize that maybe, just maybe, Tzeentch only played a part in the erasure of the history of the Soul Drinkers, the loss of their most precious artifacts, and the fact that their gene seed tests came up impure. What if it was all just a work by the Inquisition to delete this chapter from history? The implications of that could mean some more interesting things for the setting, because if they got caught doing it once and admitted that they did this because a Space Marine chapter did a good job once, then what other chapters are they hiding the history of? I don't think we will find out for a while, but I do think that the other thing that happened at the end of the campaign that they were waging is just as interesting. So one of the Space Marines who ended up dealing with the Mad Psyker who was manipulating the population found the journal of this Psyker. They located it on his body once they were tossing said bodies from the entire conflict into funeral pyres. He briefly contemplated throwing the journal into said fire alongside its deranged writer, but it turns out the old desire for knowledge that came with the original Soul Drinkers is still there, baby. Because he ended up keeping the book, which has some equally grim implications as the banner fragment that was discovered. Does this mean they are once again doomed to fall to chaos? Maybe. Does this mean they are under the eyes of another chaos god? Probably. Does it have to be Tzeentch? In my head canon, no, because the entire planet was fucked by what felt like a Slanesh uprising, but Tzeentch operates in weird ways, so what the fuck do I know, right? All I know is, honestly, I love the Ultima Founding. The implications of old chapters that were lost being remade into something new and the legacy that carries and the new chapters having to uphold that honor, I find it amazing. The rebirth of the Soul Drinkers and the implications therein is just interesting, and that's all I have to say about it.
Okay, so if they have these guys that are just amalgamations of everyone's gene seeds, right? Would it get like, I don't know, how diluted do you think it'd be like down the line? Because like if they take the gene seeds from people who already have like everything mixed up and they keep doing that and they just would it, do you think it get diluted eventually? I don't know, I'm like confused a little with like the concept of like the gene seed, I guess, right? I know, that's my first watch. すみです。あ、いらっしゃい、いらっしゃい。来てくれてありがとう。It can get bad, right? Like, it's not great, right? Ooh. Mutations? That's what I was thinking. Like, it's gonna get real fucked up, wouldn't it? Ooh. They do get mixed up? Girl. It's very diluted already. Space Marines used to be functionally immortal. Those have lost that ability. That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, this is okay. In a very fucked up way, is this kind of like, you know how like when they breed dogs? Like when they breed pugs, right? To look cuter and cuter and it just ends with like really bad like mutations? Is it kind of like that? Used to be way stronger, the heresy, Oz Call. I don't know. You have that man on Discord? Oh my gosh. My YouTube decided to be a little fucky. But yeah, like, what do you guys think? Like, isn't it gonna be like pretty bad? Right? Isn't it kind of weird? You just stick another bonus organ in and pray to Omnicide to deal with it? Ooh. Sometimes they mix good, however, Hanzo from the Iron Warriors has a 50% armor, 50% Imperial Fist Gene Seed, quite the effective combo. I mean, I guess it's not the worst, right? Try to keep the mutations to minimum, keep cache of Gene Seed stock. If it gets to me, I'm pretty sure they censor that batch, make sure it isn't used. Okay, we're not gonna talk about the Lost Legions, because I think that gets, that throws, like, that just makes it, like, even more confusing. But yeah, you know what I mean? A picture of Marine with spider legs? Oh, I don't want to think about that. Oh, that is scary. Okay, I think I kind of get it now, but also like, oh, they're kind of fucked up in like a pug kind of way then. Ooh. Raptor cults.
Night Lord's time, baby. My
Okay.
favorite legion and the one that probably gets the least stuff. No, seriously, I mean it. There
are
is
great.
less
Pugs are
lore and less
lovely
warbands
dogs.
to choose from for the Night Lords than I would wager any other Space Marines. See, with other warbands and other legions, you have the kind of soul successor type deal, where with Khorne legions, you could kind of say they're very similar to the World Eaters. With Nurgle legions, you could say they're all very similar to the Death Guard. But with Night Lords, they're kind of their own thing. So it's interesting to see what bands do show up from time to time and peel back the layers, as it were. That was a pun. But for part 8 of the paid content, I wanted to do something a bit different. Vary it
Okay.
up a little and do some
We'll do new
cultural
shit. Let's
discussion
go.
as well as discuss one of my favorite concepts in the setting. So if you didn't notice, each legion technically has a representative unit in the game. It's a little more obscure with the loyalist side, but for the traitor side, it's pretty easy to determine. Iron
Yeah.
Warriors have Havocs, World Eaters have Khorne Berserkers, Word Bearers have Possessed Marines, and for the Night Lords, there's nothing more representative than the Raptors. Raptors could easily be confused for their loyalist counterpart, the humble
Ooh.
Assault Marine with a jump pack, and you'd be forgiving for assuming that, because externally you see the chainsword, the bolt pistol, the jump pack, and the Screaming Maniac, but here's the interesting bit.
Yes, the Screaming
What if I told
Maniac, my
you
favorite
there
bit.
are entire societal cultures based around raptors and their ideals? The raptor cults, they are called. It's kind of cool, right? Okay, so let's
That is
take
kinda
it
cool.
back a bit and discuss the specifics here. So in the beginning, there were the Night Raptors. Night Raptors, as a unit in the armies of the Night Lords, they had a certain specialty. So the Night Lords as a whole specialized in terror tactics, scaring the living shit out of you until you couldn't fight back through slow, methodical raids and campaigns. So they would do that, and it would usually be pretty effective. Sneak in and kidnap a few thousand presidential candidates or their kids, flay
What
them
the
alive
fuck?
on television so people would know what you were capable of, and usually they're very much less liable to fight back. But what if you said, fuck it, we ball? What if
Okay,
you
fuck
got
it, we
rid
ball.
of all subtlety and didn't just want regular fear and anxiety to be a permanent fixture, but you just wanted to scare the living shit out of every single ass you see? Well, then you have the Night Raptors. The best way
Oh.
to sum them up is the Night Raptors are not soldiers. They are murderers. They enjoy the hyper-fast, ultra-aggressive movements of the jump pack assault and prefer to run in with modified speaker grills to scream so loud that it bursts eardrums and sometimes even organs if you're close enough to one.
What in the Five Nights at Freddy's? Are they just is this just basically Five Nights at Freddy's light? What is this? They jump scare you to death, I guess. That's so dumb. I kind of love it, but that's so dumb.
Equipped with the loudest and angriest looking weapons you can find, the chain swords, chain blades, and the humble Nostraman chain glaive, they specifically target the weak and the stragglers of any group to take easy victories. They resemble what their name would suggest, a bird of prey, who prefers to attack individual small targets of prey rather than an entire group of armed men. So these individuals tended to be even more maniacal and a little bit more neurotic than the rest of the Night Lords, which is fucking saying something. They hold themselves in higher regards because of their specializations.
Imagine being neurotic. Could not be us. Also, Stim, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in, Stim, and welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Stim just raided on Twitch. But yeah, we're dual streaming right now. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Kieran. Happy birthday, happy birthday. We're watching like obscure Space Marines chapters, and so far, some of them are genuinely like, what the fuck am I like looking at? I am like perplexed, you know? I don't know. Yeah, so apparently there's some Night Lords that just jump scare you like Five Nights at Freddy style and then stab you, and that's how you die. Which is kind of insane if you really think about it, right? What the heck? Thanks for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean I fuck with it. Night Lords are no, it's a like chapter of that's like, it's just a raptor specifically. They're Iron War equivalents of these guys. Yeah, it's just like a small like chapter of them. Seen the Hell's Reach? No, I've reached out to them to see if I can watch it. It's not just Night Lords or Iron Warriors. It's so wild to me. It's fun. It's so funny.
So they are a bit odd about it. Well, mix in the warp, chaos, and a couple thousand years of service, and now you have entire cults propped up on these individuals who believe themselves to be something more than human,
Is that a
and
fucking
sometimes
face?
even more than just simple Astartes.
Oh my god.
Mutations that are specific to them and their cults tend to propagate only with them. Claw-like talons for feet, bird-like beaks for their faces, their jump packs melting into their bodies and mutating for more power and more lift. Look no further for a greater example than the bleeding eyes from the Night Lords on their leader, Lycoraphus, is a freak who can't even walk upright anymore and has to kind of hobble around on all fours. But upside, he's really good at what he does, even being able to 1v5 swooping hawks from the Eldar, which is difficult to accomplish, I've heard. That being said, he was a named Space Marine, so there is that. But I digress. So now that we know a little bit about the background of the Night Raptors and what they do, what exactly are the Raptor cults and what is their purpose? Well, Raptor cults are, as their name implies, a group of Chaos Marines that are a smidge warp-touched and that use jump packs to attack with chainswords and whatnot. But it does go a bit deeper. Like, for one, on the wiki it states that it's never specified they worship any specific chaos god, so it suggests they worship some minor god, which, okay, I guess. I never got that impression from reading about them in stories. I feel a lot of people assume if you worship chaos, you have to pick a god or pick all of the gods. But I feel Raptor cults actually just worship the concept of chaos as a whole, so they basically just like the end result of anarchy, panic, and fear. So I guess the closest you could say is just a mixture of all of them. In essence, just a modified version of Chaos Undivided without actually worshiping the gods. I guess secular chaos worship, if you would. Though, that isn't to say there aren't god-sworn chaos raptors. In fact, there are probably a few, considering the high-risk lifestyle tends to lead to higher levels of glory and favor in the eyes of certain gods if you were to swear yourself to them. Or death, usually death. So, what is the purpose they serve? It's actually pretty easy to discern this, as their purpose kind of remains the same from the original Night Raptors. They all still enjoy...
Are those fucking hands? Guys, if a man plays like Night Lords, is that like a red flag? If a guy plays like Night Lords and you go up to his house and he's got something painted like that, is that a red flag? Big time? Ricky loves Night Lords. Does he have something like this though? I have Night Lords and Drukhari. Brother, you're a walking red flag. Oh. Is reminded that Crow is messed up. Crow is messed up. Ooh. With skin moss? Oh, that's scary. How many are you salad? She can't see red flags? Fuck. Wait, like, don't call me out like that. Where the headpiece is a skin veil? No! That's scary. That's crazy. Oh, God.
Enjoy murder quite a lot, though this time they enjoy eating the people they kill. So Chaos Warbands usually employ raptors to accomplish any feat that requires a high degree of mobility and terror tactics, shock and awe, screaming, and, you know, jumping on top of very high walls, which the raptors will tend to do so with fucking gusto, further being modified by whatever chaos entity they like to interact with. It's usually pretty fun and lucky if a Chaos Warband can get in touch with a raptor cult. They tended to be equipped with anti-infantry weaponry, but don't get it twisted. That doesn't mean they won't whip out the Thingamajig 9000 to blast your ass to next reality. Tank or not. They...
Guys. I used to, I don't know, I stand Crow, but also what the actual fuck am I listening to? What was I gonna say? Thank you guys so much for all the follows. Thank you. I super appreciate it. Thank you very much. Imperial Guard players. I love the Imperial Guards though. No. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. I love the Imperial Guards. Oh, I'm so sad now. Which would you rather be captured by Drukhari or Night Lords? None of them.
Are screaming warbands of maniacs that will work for food, war, fame, acclaim, and maybe a combination of all of the above. I really like the idea that they were retroactively mutated above game into something weird and grotesque. As their origins, like the literal origins as a miniature, was that Chaos was supposed to have more or less the same shit that the Imperium was supposed to have, but with a few less pointy bits. So you give Assault Marines with jump packs to the Imperium, and you give Raptors to Chaos. It's pretty fun to track how they have changed, and the original raptor sculpt is really cute because of the cute little wings on the side. And the one we now have does look a little bit clunky, but it's still really fun. It's a little clunky because it's in this interim state. It was released in 6th edition, which is kind of that spot where they were just about to update the Chaos Marine sculpts to kind of the true scale Marines that we have right now, that are all spiky, pointy, and pretty cool looking, but they still have the proportions of the Marines prior. So they have nice sculpts, but bad proportions. And I think it fits them for being light mutants who jump around on jump packs, so yeah. But you have those on the Chaos side. But looking over to the Imperial side, you have the new Assault Intercessors with jump packs, which I think look pretty cool, if I'm being honest.
They are pretty
It
cool.
ends up with, as I mentioned, the old Raptors looking a little bit out of date and a little old at this point, but not so much that it's impeding people from enjoying the sculpt like I do. I think they are a bit on the precipice where they should probably get an update in the next, 5 years. Maybe with an update for the Night Lords as a whole, and giving us a Night Lords character fucking finally. God fucking damn it. Not everything has to be a black and gold armored Chaos Undivided faction, or a faction specifically sworn to one of the gods. But again, I digress. I think that's kind of the point though. They are kind of unique. Raptors and the Night Lords occupy a niche that no other faction kind of occupies. So with the Word Bearers, you have the Possessed. Possessed are basically just a better form of melee chosen. They have better melee weapons, and they're kind of like what you would get if you would mix Chaos Spawn with Chaos Space Marine chosen. Havocs, well, regular Legionaries can have a heavy weapons unit, so they can have that as well. And you can also have chainswords on normal guys, but with Raptors, they have the fear tactics, they have the high mobility, they have have the low durability because they're just as durable as regular Marines, but because they're moving around quickly and getting in faster, they're probably going to get shot to shit. The loud Vox grills, as well as being able to carry specialist weapons. It's kind of its own thing, and that kind of is exemplified by the Night Lords themselves. The lightning streaked armor, the obsession with tactics that would not fit in with any other legion. I think the Raptors are as perfect a fit as you can get for a legion as possible to exemplify how different they are from other individuals.
I guess? The Angels Vermilion.
Or 9 means blood angels, and if you are familiar with me in my past work, I've always been a bit overly critical about the blood angels and what they do. More or less that we give the Space Wolves a lot of shit for being a bit repetitive with the phrase wolf, but we don't really complain too much about the fact that the blood angels use the word blood and all of its synonyms like 1,000 times in their codex for weapons, armor, and what have you. It's something I criticize them for quite a lot, but one thing people forget about me being me is I tend to change my opinion as I learn more and more about individual factions. I wasn't green going into this channel, but there is so many different books that present so many different options to interpret the characters of the setting that I genuinely think it's impossible to keep a steady opinion, as there are so many different perspectives to take. You know, is the Uriel Ventress that Guy Haley made in the Dark Imperium books the same one of the Uriel Ventress series or any other time that he's appeared in any other book? And today's topic is one of those perspectives, where you get a super interesting view on a faction that is the Blood Angels, so it makes me kind of endeared to them a bit more. So, who are we talking about? The Angels Vermilion. They are a second founding Space Marine chapter that is Codex compliant, and they have one of the more interesting histories in the entirety of the lineage of the Blood Angels, which is an interesting thing to say. The Blood Angels' successors are some of the more interesting chapters in the Imperium, and I can even admit that wholeheartedly. I like a lot of Blood Angel successors.
Can I be real? I feel like a lot of the Space Marines factions, like sub-factions, a lot of them are painted red. I can't tell if they're Blood Angels or not. Also, hi Cyrob, hi Bestie. Like, I can't tell if they're like Blood Angels or not, and I'm like confused, you know? I'm like, Like, what do you mean you're an Ultramarine, but you're also like fully red? Like, what does that even mean? You know? Someone that's mutated to demon-like beings? Bro, it's so confusing. Flesh Harriers is an interesting successor. I am overwhelmed by the number of like dudes in red at this point. Corn cares not from where the blood flows. I suppose so. I mean, I guess that does make sense, but still, like, But it's not exclusive to Blood Angels. No, I mean, not everyone at Blue is a Smurf. No, I get that, but I just feel like it's kind of gotten to a point where like it's a little confusing, you know? Like if someone were to have like a red army, I wouldn't assume, oh yeah, this is like some Ultramarines like sub-faction. I'd be like, oh, you're playing like Blood Angels, right? Right? I wouldn't be like, oh, are you this obscure, are you this obscure, Ultramarines faction that's also red? I'd be like, Wakanda.
Flesh Terrors, the Blood Drinkers, the Lamenters, they all have a very interesting set of doctrine and rules that make them stand out from the original chapter a bit more than the original chapter stands out from the rest of the legions, in my opinion.
Wow.
Personality is key when it comes to being interesting, don't you know? Having a bad personality is better than having no personality at all. Like, case in point, when I think of a Space Marine chapter, and the only thing I can think of them is that they are really good at shooting, that's a bit bland. But say you have something like the Black Vipers, where every single time the Primogenitor chapter went to introduce them to the Promethean cult, the agents they send end up going missing, that's fucking weird, and that's fucking cool. So, with chapters like the Flesh Terrors, they may be horrible blood-drinking monsters, but they are fucking interesting because of their flaws, you dig? So,
I
with
guess
that in
so.
mind, let's discuss the Angels Vermilion. The reason I bring all that up is because the Angels Vermilion are categorized by their deep-seated loathing of their gene lineage and even their mild contempt for Sanguinius as a whole. They see the curse of the Red Thirst and the Black Rage as the worst affliction they could have ever been bestowed. They don't see nobility in it. They just see it as a hindrance to their job and actually blame Sanguinius for this curse happening to them. Though, alongside that, you have a very interesting fact, which is that they have one of the lowest rates of falling to the Black Rage out of every single Space Marine chapter in the entirety of the Blood Angels lineage. Not nearly as pristine as the Lamenters, but they are pretty damn close. See, they found out relatively early that drinking blood from time to time not only stems the flow of the thirst, but it also keeps them strong to some degree. They do detest this, and though this may not seem significant, trust me, it gets fucking worse. So, for one, they conduct a ritual. I believe every year or so, if I'm remembering correctly. This ritual has a rather dramatic name, which is the Sorrowing. Essentially, the Sorrowing makes them get a shitload of chapter serfs and menials and other slaves into a single room with a massive pool in the center. They are allegedly aware for the rite that is about to be done, I should note. Allegedly, they then flay every single one of these people alive, cast the meat and blood into the massive pool that I mentioned, which the chapter will then bathe in. But to make things weirder, every single one of the members of the chapter make small cuts on the veins and arteries of their body on their arms and legs so that they can bleed and add their blood into the pool as well. They also drain the blood of a sanguinary priest till he is almost dead, and then they just kind of steep in it until they feel a bit better. The remaining bloody slurry, once they leave, is then turned into kind of a combat nourishment hooked up to their power armor to be released during battle. And it's kept them from falling to the Black Rage for the most part. So I guess it's a good thing, right? They treat the bones of those who sacrifice themselves for the chapter as the bones of martyrs. Very important individuals to the chapter are eternally respected for their sacrifice. The rite is done to prevent the eternal thirst from getting worse. They do still fall to the Black Rage from time to time when blood supplies run dry, but it is to a diminished capacity than normal. So the final thing to know about the Angels Vermilion is that they do not enjoy working with other Marine chapters. They prefer to keep to themselves as it helps keep their secret shame aside, as the Sorrowing as a ritual is probably a little bit heretical, I will add. But that being said, it hasn't stopped them from being at least mildly chivalrous and actually supporting other chapters of the Blood in order to survive some horrible calamity. They want to keep their secret as that, a secret, because if they don't, there's a chance they will get excommunicated, which in the past has happened more often than you'd think for Blood Angel successors, or maybe you'd think it does happen a lot, as the Blood Angels tend to be a bit extra on most things involving warfare, so civilian casualties tend to happen. It is alluded to that Commander Dante is actually kind of aware of the Sorrowing, or is at least aware that something is going on that probably shouldn't be with them. Now, who am I to say what Commander Dante should or should not be concerned with? Because as far as I know, I am not a Space Marine, nor am I a Blood Angel, and nor am I a man who has lived thousands of years and is hounded by a level of responsibility that I could never comprehend. But if I were to say maybe a chapter that was probably just maybe a little bit involved in some degree of heresy that you should probably investigate more than the Angels Vermilion, I would probably maybe just kind of sort of point out the blood drinkers and the fact that, for one, they're all hairless and look like Nosferatu, with especially dry skin and bald scalps and giant teeth and pale skin, and their chapter master's name is fucking Orlok, but also they are the ones that have engaged in an incredibly actually heretical action in order to slow down the Black Rage, similar in concept to that of the Sorrowing, but the Rite of Holos is a bit worse. They ended up making a deal with Kairos Fate Weaver, you know, the fucking crater demon that whenever they fall to the Black Rage, 1 in 10 guys sees Kairos instead of Horus, and he just offers them an easy way out of the Black Rage instead of falling to it, which they have all disagreed to at this point. It might not be like that forever. The rite of Holos is a bit complicated, but methinks actually making a deal with the bird devil might be a bit more heretical than just a fucked up jacuzzi sesh with the boys, but that's just me, I suppose. Maybe I have something going on in my brain that Dante doesn't. Or maybe it's vice versa. We'll never know.
The world of 40k is so fucked up. Holy shit. I am literally sat here like my mouth is agape right now because what the actual fuck am I listening to? I mean, I guess yeah, if one falls they all do, so that's why it's like a pressure situation for them, but also what the actual fuck? That's the charm? Oh no, I get it. No, I understand. You just realized? No. We have long known that everything basically sucks in like the Warhammer like 40k. Are you planning on reacting more to Glory in the future? Yeah. So I'm trying to I'm setting up a thing, like a stream where I learn how to play 40k. That way I have a little bit of like knowledge going into like watching like a battle report, you know? But yeah. Imagine you go to sleep and wake up a heretic. I would be pissed. I'm just saying, my ass, I am a petty fucking person. I'd be pissed. I would not be happy. Everyone in 40k is just holding onto the cliff by the fingernails and it's perfect. That's true. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Sometimes I watch these videos, right? And like, I'm just sitting here and my only takeaway is, wow, everything sucks here. Like, everything really sucks here. Like, in a way that sucks a little harder than most. Everything sucks. I don't know if I want to take a blood bath jacuzzi with the boys. I'm gonna be for reals. I think a blood bath jacuzzi is only for the girls. Mic's low. You still can't hear me again? I don't know why. Like the mic's been kind of shite all of today. I've been trying to fix it, but it's just been a little like fucky. Not entirely sure why. Everything sucks, but they have aura. I mean, are we like that concerned with aura farming in like, you know, the 40k universe? I don't know, maybe. Everything sucks is kind of what makes it great. I mean, I guess that does make sense. By the way, guys, I'm very happy to say my friends went to the a friend of mine went to the Godzilla like TCG event and they got me like the backshot Godzilla card. It's very good. It's very funny. Try disconnecting or reconnecting the mic. I've tried it, but then I also don't want to mess with it too much because I am on my friend's like PC, so I don't want to like fuck with the settings too much. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's like a Godzilla card. Oh my god. Okay, hold up. There is a oh man. There's like a Godzilla card, right? That straight up looks like he's giving backshots, and it's so funny. It's so good. I don't know how to explain it to you. I will just show you. Oh, wait, where is it? The heck? Oh, this is tiny. Hold up. RIP to the editor of this video, but this is what it looks like. It's Godzilla giving fucking backshots. I mean, I know it's not technically that. Like, I know it's not technically that. But they made it into a card. And I think it's so fucking funny. I think this shit is hilarious. I usually skip this part. The back shots? It is so funny. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, and I'll tell you that I'm not. But yeah. It's so stupid. And Dante's just right there. He's with you guys. He has blood in his eyes. Hate that you're not wrong. Thank you. I when I saw that, I was like, I had to have it. He said it alluded to Dante knowing about the sorrowing. That's incorrect. Dante knows damn well what they're doing thanks to the chaplain he sent to investigate. threatened to blab to the Inquisition about the Relictors and the Black Rage, and oh, okay. So basically, they're both like threatening to tell on each other. They're both threatening to tell on each other. That's why Dante's like shutting an eye to that shit. I guess that makes sense. So that's not the worst, right? Narcs. They're fucking narcs. Some people have dirty minds when when looking at simple things. Yes and no. So they're wait. Okay. Dante's just preparing to murk the Angels Vermilion. Oh. Tell me I'm wrong, I'll tell you I'm right. Every woman ever. Okay. Guessing? I mean, there's stuff that I don't know about, like Warhammer, that I don't know. Godzilla would come out on his own terms. They made a card of him. It's not my fault.
But back on track, notable things to kind of key into for the Angels Vermilion is that they are especially weird in the fact that they are a second founding chapter, but have no reverence for their Primarch, which I find very uncommon for most second founding chapters. They tend to be pretty into the whole Primarch thing, you know, they're descended from the original Legion and thus pretty close to the original heritage. Another funny side note is that for a faction that doesn't seem to like getting along with others, they do tend to partner up with the Blood Angels a whole lot.
Wait, what was that cut? I didn't press anything, I promise. The Brazen Claws. Okay, I wonder where this one's from. Are you watching Mr. Bones? I am! We're watching Mr. Bones' video. This is a 3-hour-long video on obscure but significant Space Marines chapters, and I'm quite excited. I'm quite excited because, like, I am curious. Sorry, like, Nova messaged me. Which ones have we already done? We've done, I've already forgotten their names. We just did, like, Angels Vermilion. How far are you into the video? Like, 1:20. We've been streaming for 4 hours. But we took a break to watch the Summer Warhammer stuff. So, you know. Oh, it was for some exclusive page. You know what? No, that makes sense. That makes sense. So yeah, Soul Drinkers, Angels Vermilion, the Raptors. Thanks for reminding me. I was like, my head was like not working for a second. Yeah, we've been yapping like crazy. Guys, do you want to hear something really fucked up? My friends are gonna go get sushi tomorrow without me. Because I'll be streaming. I think my friends are fucked up and evil, and I want to get sushi too. What the fuck? Where's my invite, you hoes? This is so fucked up and evil. And sad. Man. Just average adult life. Well, yeah, but also, like, no one invited me. Excuse me. He did die yesterday. Yeah. 07's in the chat for Ozzy Please don't actually do that. But yeah. R.I.P. to Ozzy Osbourne. Also, you talking about how you want cow Space Marine chapter. I just want to get some Space Marines and paint them like cows. That's it. I think it's funny. This is, oh, the cuts because, yeah, no, that makes sense. Too late? No, don't 07! That's so disrespectful! This is like worse than like F's in the chat. No, oh my god, this is almost as bad as the Costco guys being like, I'm sorry your brother died, here's 5 big booms. Although I'm saying that if I ever died, and if anyone in chat went, I'm sorry your Oshi died, here's 5 big booms, boom, 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 I would fucking piss myself laughing. I'd laugh from like fucking heaven, bro. On fucking god, you know I would. Like, you know my ass would. Heaven? Okay, don't question the heaven, bitch. Shit. Why do you want me to go to hell that bad? You almost just said you would die, didn't you? Yeah, I mean, if I ever like died, I want chat to like get a Costco guy's like cameo where he's like, where they're like, I'm sorry your Oshi died. You think you make it to heaven? Okay, shut up. Pretty sure you can hear you yap from now here. I'm gonna yap non-stop. The Minotaurs count as cow marines. Have you seen Story of Seasons cows? Like Harvest Moon cows. How cute they are. We're gonna get like some space marines and we're gonna paint them white and we'll put like different colored spots on them for the different cows. You die, but you say you stream forever, right? I can't control Mother Nature. Milky Marines, they're gonna be Space Marines. Space Marines, even. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so funny. Okay, are you ready? We'll do the Brazen Claws, and I think I'll end the stream after that. We will pick up on this. We'll pick up on this video again, the next stream, because like Nova's almost home. But yeah.
So when it comes to Iron Hand's successors, you tend to see a lot of the same shtick from time to time. Basically, it's all the flesh is weak, and then the Star Dragons did their thing, which is neat, I guess. But they tend to be based heavily around the original structure of the Iron Hands. Okay. Especially with each major company of the Great Crusade era Iron Hands being based around the clans found on Ferrus Manus' homeworld of Medusa. So with that in mind, we are going to be covering a second Founding Space Marine chapter that is actually descended from one of these clans rather than just being inspired by them. The Brazen Claws. I picked these because I find them incredibly interesting, and they are honestly one of the more important chapters of Space Marines as a whole.
Stop. I'm fairly certain I've seen like ice lollies in those colors at the grocery store. I am fairly certain I've seen ice lollies in those colors. Tell me I'm wrong. You know what I'm talking about? There's like some at the supermarkets, right? There are, I don't know what they're called. Rocket Pops. Yeah, I am fairly certain. What is this color scheme? I hate it. No. Look, Games Workshop can be uninspired at times. The ice lollies are insane, by the way. What is this? I kind of fuck with that. But also, it's very funny. There's more that look like this. Only red and yellow. I hate the color scheme. I'm just gonna put it out there. I hate the color scheme. I think it's god awful. Is it called a popsicle? Can you place the batteries on your smoke alarm? Beep is driving me crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. Is there beeping? It's a classic Bretonia scheme. Multicolored crotches upset my sense of taste. I think this is just really ugly. I think it's just insanely ugly. I just think it's really, really ugly. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't... It's ugly, but it's not ugly enough that I like tell someone that this is ugly, you know? Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. There's no one here's beeping. That's wild. Do you have tinnitus? Is that it? Is that it? Like, blue with red accents, Captain America though, therefore awesome. Not like this. It isn't. Like, this looks like someone couldn't decide what color they wanted it, so they were like, we'll do halfsies. We'll do like half. It's kind of insane.
Whole to the setting, thus their inclusion in this series. Who are the Brazen Claws and why are they so important? It's both easy and hard to describe, but let's talk about something a little more intangible to describe. Basically, the Brazen Claws are probably the most well-known Iron Hand successors of all of them. Now, they may not be the favorite of the entire fan base, but they are very much akin to like the Nova Marines of the Ultramarine side of things, where if you see the color scheme, you kind of see it and go, huh, I know these guys. I call it the Howling Griffin effect, where you have in fact seen them before, you just never spoke to someone who used them. So what separates them from the Iron Hands in terms of just chapter aesthetic? Aside from the fact that they have a really fucking cool quartered blue and red color scheme, they do have a lot of interesting differences, but the main one can be summed up in a bit of a comedically reductionist sentence that is essentially, they are Black Templars if Iron Hands. Which is not 100% correct, but is kinda gonna capture the aesthetic of them pretty quickly. What do I mean by this? The Brazen Claws encapsulates that mentality of the flesh as weak quite intensely, to the point where instead of seeing the flesh as more of an apathetic downgrade and sort of anachronistic to the level of perfection they want to see, they actually see it as like a completely hateful and detestable thing. They actually fucking despise organic matter as a whole and think that machines are a lot more useful than meaty bits. This also translates over to them actually hating Space Marine physiology as well, even though it is incredibly enhanced, which is definitely an interesting thing because it kind of highlights an underlying hypocrisy of the entire chapter, because if they just wanted to replace all of the meaty bits, then why become full Space Marines? Just put the few necessary endocrine organs in the brain, become Skitarii style mechs, and then fight. It's been a while, but you could probably still make something like a Thalax. It would be fine. But I digress. They are a vengeful and angry chapter, one of the most bitterly angry in the entirety of the Space Marine chapters that exist in the setting, if I'm being honest. I'd even go as far to say they have a lot in common with the modern Iron Warriors in how they go about war and go about all other aspects of life and living. They are brutal, violent, and try their hardest to simply be just living weapons, essentially, which is probably the best way to see them. But if you are going to see them, you probably will die for your weakness anyway. Because their hatred doesn't just extend to the meaty bits, it extends to the reasoning behind hating the meaty bits. They hate the concept of weakness as a whole. They respect strength, but not in a really outward kind of way. So, say your city got invaded by a chaos uprising, and you held out as long as you could. The Brazen Claws show up, win the fight, with maybe like 20 survivors left in the city, and then they execute you and the rest of the civilians because of your weakness and your inability to actually like survive a fight with chaos on your own. The main fun bit about these Marines is they actually lost their home world to an influx of chaos. This influx, in the long run, weirdly enough, probably did more harm to chaos than it would have if they just left the Brazen Claws alone. See, the chapter survived, and they wanted to make that chaos's problem for as long as they could possibly stand. And what happened after is they immediately beelined for the Eye of Terror in order to kill, maim, and burn every single fucking chaos worshipper and demon they see until the chapter either died or was sent back, or they just got bored. They even tried to help with the destruction of Cadia and fight off Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade, but they weren't really close enough to engage in the main battlefront, so they ended up supporting some of the Cadian ancillary planets, which is nice. The whole being in the Eye of Terror thing ended up lasting for about 20 years of their time, which was fucking 20 years of non-stop war and demon murder, which might not seem like a lot in the grand scheme of the 40k setting, but you have to consider that the Horus Heresy itself took place in less than a decade, and much like the crusade that the Brazen Claws went on, it was non-stop fucking war the entire time. So when the Brazen Claws inevitably left the Eye of Terror, realizing they could kick more demon ass if they had more dudes, they found out that the 20 years they had experienced was actually 40 years in the Greater Imperium. See, being near the warp kinda does that to time for some reason. With that in mind, it was kind of a shock to them. Still around and still engaging in the long war of trying to murder fuck as many chaos worshipping pussies as possible, they are one of the most aggressive and, for lack of a better way to put it, explosive chapters of Iron Hand's successors. They do have a history of supporting other Marine chapters and being okay with them as a whole, which is reasonable because strong respects the strong and all that. That's kind of their whole mantra. One of the majorly interesting bits involving the Brazen Claws, and the last thing that I kind of want to touch upon, is that they actually had a small portion of their chapter fall to Chaos, which was kind of a big deal considering their whole shtick for a few decades was that they absolutely hated fuck-ass Chaos, so it was a bit of a smear on their honor.
Yeah,
but
what
they
the
are
heck?
coping with it well and avoiding censure pretty decently, all things considered. They have an aggressive style of combat, usually centered around the standard tactics of the Iron Hands, heavy equipment and whatnot, dreadnoughts, tanks, so on and so forth. But due to their increased level of absolute fuck you hatred, they tend to focus more on close range tactics, at least from where I was reading, though there is
that
a bit
makes
of
sense.
inconsistencies with some of their information. So the Brazen Claws are a successor chapter with an interesting yet difficult scheme to paint, and I think they are pretty cool for it. I think in terms of Iron Hand successors,
are
having a
pretty
bright, incredibly ostentatious color scheme that is immediately striking on the table is really interesting to kind of look at, and it also kind of aligns themselves well with using a bunch of more dangerous and brutalistic tactics like combat dreadnoughts instead of hellfire and range dreadnoughts. Another interesting point that I can't really fit anywhere else in the video: they paint their first company veterans with white helmets, which I think makes the whole paint scheme look a little silly, but oh, fuck it. Look at that. That looks
it
cool.
looks so
What do you think?
goofy.
I think it
I
looks
hate
cool.
that.
So the Brazen Claws are a classic chapter with an interesting yet difficult scheme to paint.
Guys, why are they so goofy looking? Let's watch the intermission.
Oh, hi. Hello. Welcome to a brief intermission, I guess. I thought I'd kind of put this in between this slog, like a gas station and rest stop along a long-ass highway, and just check to see if you're all enjoying this. Isn't it wild how much I've changed over the course of just like what is ostensibly 6 months of video that you're watching? Yeah, shout out to Dutch, the gaming storyteller, for beating me over the head with a rolled-up newspaper until I was better at editing videos. Guy's a great dude.
Damn.
He's one of the reasons why most people in this community actually improve. Does a lot of editing for other big channels too, so go check his channel out. I'll shout him out constantly. If y'all got this far, cool. I'm glad you made it. This is a long video. But just to prove that you are, put your favorite Primarch in the comments down below and tell me why you like them, and I'll think you're a cool dude for doing so, because it means you dedicated yourself to actually watching this, which I genuinely appreciate. So with that being said, I just got a question for you.
Okay,
Wouldn't
what's
it be
the question?
fucked if I waited this long to put an ad read in the video? Man. Anyway, did you guys know that I'm sponsored by GamerSupps?
Hell yeah!
No integrity, boys. Yeah, GamerSupps is likely gonna be a brand I promote on my channel that pretty much indefinitely, or at least until they fire me. Gonna ride this shit into the sun. And I know
Hell
you
yeah.
degenerates love the big titty anime waifu shtick, so you should support the channel and buy something. They got
Guys, big
things
titty
like
anime
shaker
waifu?
cups all the way to only marginally confusingly named drink products like anime girl thighs, which is... What flavor is this? Oh, it's orange creamsicle. Does it taste good? Oh shit, that's actually really good. By
The
using
water
code
sounds is
BONEZONE at
crazy.
checkout, you could get your own shaker cup or anime girl thighs flavored tub of GamerSupps now in both caffeinated or non-caffeinated versions for 10% off, and also support the channel. Thanks
Hell
to
yeah.
GamerSupps for sponsoring this channel, and also thanks for worsening my grip on my own shaky moral grounds. Thank you for stomaching this ad, and back to the video.
He's so real for that. But also, shout out to him for the ad. Like, that was a good ad, actually. That baseball shirt is really cute. I actually don't mind, like, okay, you know what's the thing? To each their own. To each their own. I know there are people who, like, hate the goonification, but I gotta say, I mean, hey, it's interesting product, right? Also, let's leave a comment. Let's leave a comment. Okay. Let's go. Rogel Doran, my. Someone's calling me. What the fuck? Wait. Huh? Did I hallucinate that? I could have sworn I heard the sound of like Discord. Oh my god, Sogo! Do you have a collab date? No. I'm so confused. Rogol Dorn, my Kami Oshi. He's very cool. Let's just leave that as a comment. It was Tangia. It was Tangia. I got trolled. Oh my god, I got trolled by like Twitch chat. I don't know if you saw, but I literally perked up and started looking around because I was so confused. See guys, by the way, if you didn't know, so Mr. Bones is a bestie who oh, I can't say he's very autistic. I just need to say he's very cool. So Mr. Bones apparently plays Elestrals. Like, he messaged me, like, we talked about it. We were talking about playing together because it would be very fun. It would be very funny. But yeah, he's very autistic. Smiley face is not a good answer. But I think we're gonna end the stream here. We will finish it soon. It's because it's that means Nova's almost home. We're gonna have to clean. We're gonna have to cook. Dude, I was like, what the fuck? I watch him so much. Yeah, so the reason why I've turned it off for right now is because I don't want to, like, you know, accidentally dox anything. Oopsie, please no dox. But I will be raiding out into someone. Who should we raid out into today, chat? Scroll all the way down to customization. We'll redirect. Twitch chat, you will be going to Morty and Glory again. And no, YouTube chat, you'll be going to Morty and Glory again. And okay, never mind. Twitch has decided that it's gonna be loud as fuck. So I'm thinking right now, who do we raid out into? So we have options. We have Tina. There's Coder. There's Tina. Who should we raid out into? Oh my god! You know what we should do? Okay, Twitch chat, what do you think? Where do you want to go? P.S. I love dinosaurs too. You're such a good wife. Thank you. It's only live because it's a music stream tonight. Oh, it's only music for him? Oh. I mean, I guess that's fine still, right? Okay, well, Twitch chat's not saying anything. We will be raiding into, it's Gutter's birthday. We'll raid into Gutter then, since it is Gutter's birthday, and Hasher will be on it. They're playing Tag Force today, so it sounds like it's gonna be a good time to raid actually. So we're gonna send the raid over to Gutter on Twitch and YouTube chat. You guys are gonna be going over to Morty and Glory. I hope you guys enjoy. I hope you guys have a nice time with them, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna be reacting to Maxor's Elden Ring stuff, so my ADHD brain will be tickled. That sounds terrible, but you know what I mean. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, bye guys, bye. And I've just sent the Twitch rate, so YouTube guys, YouTube besties, YouTube gamers, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be co-streaming it, so you'll see it if you wanna. Bye guys, bye bye.